What is up? Good morning, Wind Up World. Good morning, Trizzo. Feels kind of weird to just start up a normal stream now, but I guess we do have to just go back to normal streaming now. Well, that's okay. No Lone Fire? I think it's gonna take a while until it is just Lone Fire. Level 1 or level 2 effect monster. Good morning, everyone. How are you guys doing? Level 1 or level 2 effect monster. Cyber Valley is also 2008. Magician of Faith, I think, cannot be it because I don't think it's a flip monster. Darkwing Blast testing today? Hell yeah. Today we're gonna start looking at Darkwing Blast. I'm trying to think of a very, it could be Sinister Serpent. It is a level 1 effect monster, 300 attack, even lower defense than 250. DB is down? Oh, okay, well, then we're just gonna have to talk about it, which is okay. Good morning, X Crazy, how you doing? Moth? I don't think it can be Moth. Also, the year is higher than 2003. Karibo? I'm pretty sure Karibo is 2002, yeah. Cannot be Karibo. Maybe Winged Karibo? Whoa, there we go. Easy clap. Easy. All right. Good. It is true. DB is down. This isn't an obscure, unheard of card match. Yeah, right? It's like it's so weird to just like guess it, to just know what they're talking about. They're migrating servers. Okay, well, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate, but that's going to be okay. I guess then we're just not going to be using DB today. We're just going to look at, I don't know, cards and combos in other ways. Probably possible. You could use Nexus. Is that I don't have it downloaded. Is that an app I have to download, or is that also a website? I don't have like anything else set up other than DB. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. Maybe some Master Duel today? Not really looking forward to playing Master Duel right now. I'm like very interested in Darkwing Blast format. What about EDO Pro? I also don't have that download. I should really set that up at some point. Maybe I'll set it up tonight so we have it as a backup plan for next streams. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. I don't have it. It's a website? Okay, well then at least we could probably use it. I'd have to sign up, but Omega is also something you have to Who is that? Elio, thank you for continuing your gifts up. I appreciate it. Nexus is really bad. I mean, yeah, but like that's why we normally don't use it, right? That's why we normally don't use it. We don't have the other option. And I do not have EDO Pro downloaded, and I also don't have YGO Pro downloaded. Can we just remote duel? I don't have a remote duel setup, Skrelp. I only have like the phone like station up there. Also, I don't have my deck completely set up and everything. It also just wouldn't be Darkwing Blast because I don't have the cards, so it's weird. YGO Software Guy, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. What's happening with DB? Apparently they have their Apparently their servers are migrating, and that's why we don't have access to it today. Well, anyone up for a round of Card Guesser? I'm down. Haven't played this in a week. Do we have the full Magnificent Mavens card list? I don't know, actually. I don't know if like everything is already known. Let's go. This one does not look familiar. DB was falling apart yesterday? Okay, well I didn't really notice that. That card I think I have seen. No. Whomst. Wait. Is that the Shizu card? Monka. Or is it not? I'm not sure. Oh, this is wave diffusion. Diffusion wave motion. Finally knowing a card, Pog. This has to be some missed value FC Morg. Oh. This is White Hole, isn't it? Yeah. Oh, this is Sakuretsu armor. Nope. Nope. I don't know any of these cards. What? Who are you? Oh, this is a virtual world. Oh. I think this is Lao Lao. Yes. No. Starry Night Flamo. Alright. Is this the Math Mech? Is this circular? Is it circular? No. I thought it looked... Is it diameter? It looks like a Math Mech. It is diameter, okay. Oh, this has zombie in its name. I think it's Return Zombie. Yeah. Hog. That's an old card. This is Lord British. It's one of those. Jade Knight? It's one of those battleships, yeah. It's not Lord British, yeah. This gives me Ritual Beast vibes, but I don't know which one. I can't name it. It's like a tamer or something. No, it's Daigusto? Since when? This is a Dragon Maid card, right? But I don't know which one. Send off. Oh, it's a evil tile, but Najasho? Yeah. Nope. Ask to. Okay, which number is this? Is it 21? Yeah. Is this Leonidas? No. Oh, it is a Gem Knight. You guys are right. It is a Gem Knight, but which one? Prismora? It is Prismora. This is Dunamis. This is what Leo or what Chimera? Yeah. This is oh, double or nothing, isn't it? It is double or nothing. Yo, Timios, thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. This I have seen, but I don't know what it's called. Yeah. Do you think Tierashizu will play spell cancel? We'll look at it today. We'll look at what they play it like in the OCG, or like, well, no, we're not looking into it this week. Ishizu. I want to look into Ishizu next week after YCS Minneapolis. Oh, jump scare. Barrier statue. Okay, which Goyo? Chat, which Goyo is it? Chaser? Defender? I think it's Chaser. Yeah, it's Chaser. I think this is... It's Digrapher. It's just a vanilla, right? I zoomed in once more because it's like he's on a lot of cards. He's on a lot of card artworks. I think this is Griffin's Featherwing, not Harpy's Feather Duster. Yeah, it's Griffin's Feather Duster. This is another Evil. But I'm gonna be honest, I don't know which one. It might be Diplo. Not Diplo. I'm giving up on this one. I don't know which one's this. Elias, sure. Sure! This is a hot red. But it's not one of the good ones. I think it's a hot red at least. Yeah. Just a regular one. We had this yesterday, but yeah, I forgot again. Did we have this yesterday? We didn't play this yesterday. What am I saying? Oh, they had this on the stream. They had the guess a card game. This was one of them. I remember now. You look like a Blackwing, but like a new weird champ Blackwing. Yeah. Scrap Fist. Dragoonity, but don't ask me who. Dragoonity Pilum, I think? No, cows, whatever. This is some Papillon. But it's Butter Spy. You are right. It's Butter Spy. It's the one you played in Goki. Blue Mountain. Wait, what? It's not? Morph. That's not the one you played. That's not the one you played in Go. I didn't even know there was more than one. What the hell? Is this Bobble? Probably some Archfiend card. No, okay, Emperor Marduga. Okay. This looks like the image has just like lagged. Oh, it's Dark Bribe. Yo, if we start in any other corner of the picture, I get that way sooner. But no, we just start in all gray on his freaking arm. This is Obsidian Dragon, I think, is what it's called, yeah. That's a Glad Beast card? Bruh. It's a Stardust card, but I think it's Malefic Stardust. Yeah. This card I don't know. Fortunately, rewind. No shot. Abyss Actor. This is an old ass card. This is a super rare from like the last millennium, but I have no idea what it's called. This is I 100% this is a super rare in Lost Millennium. Okay, yeah. This is Ibli. Look at him. I think it's Ojama Country, right? Oja Country, something like that. A Grarl. Some spirit. It's a spirit. You can tell by the background, but I haven't seen it. Rasetsu. Okay. Who are you? This one I think. Is this called like battery recharger or something, or like charge? Battery charge, something like that. Quick charger. Yeah, quick charge. It's the one that adds back battery men from the grave, I think. Oh, we've seen this in the freaking feature match yesterday. In the Umi deck, I think they played Sea Stealth too. I think they played this one. This is like Stomping Destruction. No, wait. What is it? Isn't it called Stomping Destruction? Stamping? Oh, Stamping. It's another old ass card, but I don't think I know the name on that one. Battle Steer. Yeah. Oh, he's just straight up not having a good time, but I don't know what it's called. Armor Blast. Okay. Some of these cards I've just never seen before. I'm like 99% sure. Oh, this is the Medic. The Muscle Medic. Yeah, the one that they used in Master Duel to give me infinite life points when they wanted to fulfill that like quest. This is some poly. It might be like Miracle Synchro Fusion or something, or is it Miracle Synchro? It is Miracle Synchro Fusion. Okay, 500. 500. All right. Not too good, not too bad. That's all right. And with that, welcome to the stream, everybody. How's your day so far? What is up? Discord notification is working as I see. Perfect, perfect. Good, good, good. What do I play for the weekend? I'm gonna be honest. I'm getting like infinite questions of like, what should I play for Darkwing Blast? But like, I have not tested a single game of Darkwing Blast yet. Like literally, I mean, I had a YCS last weekend, which I prepared for. I have not like prepared anything for Darkwing Blast. El Chipo, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you for supporting the channel. The thing is, I have looked at we have looked at Darkwing Blast cards together, right? We have, but I haven't really put anything into actual like deck lists or tested anything, whatever. Like, I haven't done that yet. So that's what I'm going to start with today, right? I'm like, I'm very interested to see what's going to happen this weekend at YCS Minneapolis. And if any of you in chat are going, we're gonna try and help as much as I can, of course. But yeah, I don't know yet. I literally don't know yet. And then that's what we're gonna do today. The only thing is we cannot currently use Dueling Book right now because it is down for maintenance apparently. So we're gonna have to find other ways to look at some of the stuff today. Oh yeah, we hit the sub goal. We just hit the sub goal super early into the stream, so we're just gonna enjoy a little remix. I feel like before we get into the daily business. How does that sound? Isn't that a good start to the day? The PPDs are already ready, as I see. Okay. There you go. So much damage. Okay. Got PPD and shortcut in this stream. All right. That out of the way. Does anyone remember the good old days when Wombo Combo used to be 2.5? Yeah, the humble beginnings. The humble beginnings. We couldn't even stream today if that was the case still. Like, I could not literally talk a single word in the stream if the freaking Wombo Combo was 2.5k. Okay. I don't know what the best way to play would be. Is Nexus? Like, I've never even heard of Nexus. I'm gonna be honest. I have never even heard of Nexus. Omega, EDO Pro, don't play it. Omega is nice. Omega is something I'd have to download, right? Omega, okay, I have to download Omega then. I don't have Omega. Give me a second. YGO Omega. Download for Windows. Next, install. Give me 1 second. Finish. Okay. Why do I need to update something that I just downloaded, by the way? Well. Yo, what up, Luke? Congrats on topping keto. Well done. What are you testing first? I don't know yet. Like, the thing is, I mean, the elephants in the room are like, what's gonna happen with Sprite and Tier, right? Because like Sprite and Tier are still the obvious, like, top dogs. I feel like. Which both of those decks get stronger. Both of those decks get stronger, and yeah, I don't know. It's like, it's a weird spot because I do think this is a format. The format that we get now is like completely unprecedented because the OCG I don't think the OCG have ever played this format. If I remember correctly when we talked about it last time, it's like the OCG has never had Darkwing Blast without Ishizu cards, right? And so like, it is interesting to see, even though it's only going to be a very, very short time frame, what that means for us. Because like, both, I mean, currently you could argue, I would argue currently Sprite is the better deck than Tearlament. I know not everyone agrees on that, but I think the stats show that. From YCS Utrecht, I think it's clear to say that like Sprite had an insane conversion rate into top cut. Sprite was the better deck for Utrecht, and in this format. We'll see if that changes with the support from Darkwing Blast, because like Darkwing Blast has support for both archetypes, and also for some other stuff as well. Thank you, Tim. Bestial, I mean, yeah, like Bestials are good against Tearlaments. That's like a big deal. I think it's a very big deal what's gonna happen to Tearlaments. But I will say, I do think that Bestials also are very good against Sprites, right? I think people underestimate how good Bestial cards are against Sprites, simply because they are big beat sticks that are basically free extenders. I mean, okay, Gigantic Sprite plays around it sometimes. Like, you cannot usually use them after like, if you go Gigantic first and then Elf later on your first turn. But it's still like, the Bestial cards are still good power plays on your turn against Sprite, because they just like are very easy to summon, take out something from the graveyard, and then run over whatever they put onto the field. I think they are good cards against Sprite. And so is Fenrir. Fenrir is a very strong card against Sprite, simply because Fenrir runs over almost every single monster that Sprite puts onto the field. So like, as much as this deck like has stuff that's good against Tearlament, it also has stuff that's very good against Sprite. So we'll see. Okay, so how does this work? I've never used this platform before. Online authentication method. Wait, this has sound? Okay, so you guys don't hear the sound, but I do. Wait. Disable. Apply. Okay. Now. You have to log in with Discord to play online. Okay, well, then, I mean, we're gonna be deck building first anyways. So, how does this work? Deck editor. Why does it have cost? Oh my god, okay. Also, why are you... Wait. Window capture... Omega. Oh, whoops, thank you for the prime, I appreciate you. YGO Omega. Okay. Okay, so what's... Why is there a window? I'm so confused. I'm so confused as to why there's this second window. Give me 1 second. I haven't set up my OBS to stream Omega properly. I'm just gonna do a window capture for now. Or just, no, I'm just gonna do an entire screen capture, whatever. Display capture. Oop. And put this down here. That's fine, whatever. Yep. Does it have full screen? Graphics. Does it not have full screen? What do you mean? Okay. Alt enter. Works too. Deck manager. Great. And it does it have Darkwing Blast? It does. It does have listed cards. Okay, so I personally don't know yet. I personally don't know. I don't quite know where to start. I guess we could try and start with just trying to find what the standard stuff for the standard build for Sprite and Tier is going to look like. At the left, you can set ban list. TCG. Yeah, okay. Okay. So I think the most important cards by far, the most important cards that come out of this set that immediately like impact our game is like these 7. Of course, Sprint, and Lulu. Wait, what's it called? Oh no, it's Rule Kalos for us, right? Tearlament Scream. I think it's mostly Tearlament Scream. I think the other ones in Darkwing Blast are not going to be that impressive. Spellbound. I have a video on this coming up, by the way. It was supposed to come out like on Monday, but like, you know, there was a YCS winning deck profile in between, so it should come out tomorrow. But I have a video on that coming, like what's good in Darkwing Blast and so on and so forth. But my question now is, what do we want to try first? Do we want to try and see what like pure Sprite and pure Tearlaments are all about now? I think that's the most reasonable place to start. Did you already see the card market prices on Darkwing Blast? I think I want to talk about it, but when it releases. I want to wait until the official release and then see what happens. Because I think now there's like no real point to look at it. Because I saw stuff like Bistet Magnumit being like a freaking €8 common or something. Super rare, not common, my bad. Which I think is very weird. I think it's unlikely that it stays this way, and I just want to wait and see what happens. Before we like, I don't want to cover it today when the set drops in literal like 2 days or whatever, right? When is the release date? Is it tomorrow officially? Is it even worth taking a look into Darkwing Blast format when Dortmund is post Magnificent Mavens? I think so, simply because I think it's very interesting, and also there's a YCS this weekend, and even though I'm not playing it, I want to be prepared, and I'm like, I really like looking at the set, thinking about what I would do, right? Thinking about what I think is going to be good, and then comparing that to what happens at the YCS, right? Simply to like evaluate, to see if I'm thinking in the right directions and whatever, right? Like that's going to be interesting. I like that type of stuff, right? It's like, even though I'm not playing an event, I like to think about what I would bring, and then I like to see what others bring, and also what ends up being like successful, what ends up topping, what ends up winning. Yeah, I will stream on the weekend, Despised. Yeah, we will be watching the YCS. We will absolutely be watching the YCS. The Ninja Starlight is like 70. Yeah, I mean, what is supposed to be? The thing is, like, I don't know. Starlights are like, there's like so many of them. I feel like only the good ones are gonna be expensive in the long run, is because there's like so many every set. Because like, yeah, it's hard to get. It's like rare, but like I don't think many people want it. Are you gonna do another draft for the YCS? I haven't talked to anyone about it, but we can do it. Like if Nadir is streaming and whatnot, we can do some stuff like that together for sure. I'm down. So okay. In order to know what is going to change, we're gonna have to talk about how these cards on the screen right now, because I think these are the biggest game changers for mainly Tearlament and Sprite. You can watch the UK Open stream this weekend too. Oh yeah, nice. It's gonna be like, I'm not gonna be streaming like 48 hours. I don't know if they'll still be live when the YCS starts. Probably though, right? We'll probably be able to catch it in between the YCS rounds. That's nice, yeah. Or we can rewatch it. Either way, yeah, that's fine. You missed up. Oh yeah, the Sprite, the double cross, of course. Sprite double cross is also important. UK Open stream should start before the YCS, just a big regional. Yeah, yeah. I know it starts before. I'm just wondering whether they'll still be live when the YCS is live. I think I want to start with sprites, simply because I think I can provide better input on Sprite in general. I personally have played a bunch of Tearlaments, but I would say I'm a much better Sprite player than I am a Tearlament player. There are definitely people that have played more Tearlament and have played Tearlament more successfully than I have in these last couple months. I don't think there are many people that have played Sprite more and more successfully than I have. So I think my input on Sprite is more valuable than my input on Tearlament, even though we will also look at Tearlaments, but yeah. So we'll just see. We'll just like my first instinct with Sprite, and I'm not gonna build Runic Sprite right off the bat, because we're gonna talk about whether Runic Sprite is still a good version or not. But that also depends on the rest of the metagame. But like for now, I think what you definitely do, I mean, I would definitely start with something like this. Right? This would be my first instinct. This would be my first instinct when building Sprite for this upcoming meta. Maybe you play two anglers. But this seems like the most reasonable out of all the packages. You probably need two anglers. So why are you guys saying two anglers? Is it because if you play one, then it's just such a bad draw? You play two anglers to dump one with sprint. You need two anglers if you normal summon Beaver. Ah, yeah, that's fair. That is also fair, yeah, okay. So if we normal summon Beaver, we need a second angler in the deck, because otherwise our angler, if we go Beaver into Beaver, we would not be able to summon two cards off of our angler. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Okay, so that seems to be the minimum in a sprint environment. The question then becomes, does this have a solo mode? How do I save? Remove all auto deck. Save new. Save. Double. Prior Sprite. Save. Does this have a solo mode? Test hand. Can I like put cards back? How does this? Okay, but I can't like I can't put cards back. You can adjust your starting hand size as well. Choose the hand you want. How? Okay, I surrender. Yes. I lost. Starting hand size 1. Enable deck shuffling. Start. So now I open Beaver. Okay. So I have to sort my deck and then disable shuffling. Like if I want to test like blue and Beaver. Right? If I want to open Beaver and this, so now I click here, I go starting hand size 2. And this is disabled, so I go start. Right? Okay. Whoop. Yes. Whoop. So the standard combo post Darkwing Blast would look something like this, right? And the first question, or like, well, give me a second. We're gonna grab starter. The first question I have is, do we go sprint first? Do we go sprint first, or do we go gigantic? You have to go sprint first if you want elf. What do you mean by that? My first question is, what do we summon with gigantic? You can't link off sprint. I mean, yeah, but like we could go sprint and then overlay into gigantic. We could go sprint first and then overlay into gigantic if we don't care about keeping sprint on the board. That's what I'm trying to get to. That's what I'm trying to get to in the discussion. Is like, do we want sprint to be part of our end board, or do we use sprint just like as a because can I not like have a bigger? Can I not have it like bigger? Pull the card text up. Dueling book is down. Yeah, how did you guess? Ah. So the thing about sprint is that, I guess, this card is an interruption, right? So we kind of want to keep it around. We kind of want to keep it around because what it does is you can, if another monster is special summoned while this card is on the field, you can detach one material from a different XYZ monster and then target one monster on the field, return it to the hand, right? It's a good interruption. You can revive it with Elf. The biggest question though is how do we enable this effect? Right? How do we enable this effect because we need an XYZ monster. We need an XYZ monster that has materials we can detach, right? We need an XYZ monster with material, which Djinn Buster doesn't work, because Djinn Buster has been like the go-to XYZ, if we're not talking about Toad, right? Djinn Buster has been the go-to XYZ for all these kinds of plays, and you cannot do this with Djinn Buster, because Djinn Buster needs to detach both materials for you to play or use its effect, right? It detaches both materials to negate an effect, and it cannot be used after you use Sprite Sprint to detach one from it. So I think this card can be paired right off the bat. I think this card can be paired with like 3 XYZ monsters that somewhat make sense, right? The obvious one is Toad. The most obvious one by far is Toad. We could still try to incorporate Toad in this. The bad thing about Toad, does it detach for cost? It does detach for cost, yes. It does detach for cost. So like, Toad is the most obvious one, and probably also the strongest rank 2 you can put up. You have to use Sprint before Toad Negate. That's the one bad thing. Yeah, that is a bad thing about it. But the thing that's even worse, about it, I think, is that Toad, unfortunately, has the biggest deck building cost associated to it in a way, where Toad requires you to run 2 Swap Frogs, right? It requires you to play 2 Swap Frogs, which is something that we don't want to do anymore. Without Ronin Toadin, you don't actually want to do 2 Swap Frogs. It is actually a disadvantage that you have to play Swap Frogs. Swap is nice with Angler. You have to realize, though, it's not that broken. Or is Angler once per turn? It is not once per turn, but you don't have that many targets for it. It's not that many. Like, okay, if you go swap this card Angler and then you go Sprint, send the second Angler, yeah, it's still powerful. Another point that people have been mentioning in general about Sprite Sprint is that a board of Elf Sprint will always be weak to Super Poly. The thing is, I don't know what the other option would be. Like, what would the other option would be? Like, what is a board that doesn't play into Super Poly? Toad Elf IP? Yeah, but like Toad Elf IP is a board that we can already make. We're not really using Sprite Sprint then to any good. We're not putting it to good use. I don't know. I think it's probably something we have to accept this going. Like Super Poly is just stupid. I don't think we can play around it at this point, but yeah. Okay, let me just. The other option, by the way, the other options we could do in terms of XYZs would be, I think Mannequin Cat would be okay. My problem with Mannequin Cat is in the main deck for game 1 is what do we summon from the deck that is like so generically good that we can use it in so many matchups with it. Cat doesn't need special thought. I think it does need just get blue or jet. I mean, yes, kind of, but that's not really an interruption, right? We could try this. We could try that if you wanted to play. Like you could play Hyperia and Capshell, for example. We could play one Hyperia, one Capshell instead of the Swap Frogs, which would be better normal summons. And then we can go for Mannequin Cat, and you know, we can just create value from summoning blue, jet, then we probably play Pixies and stuff like that. It could work. Right? Soul Scissors? What does Soul Scissors do again? That was a card in Darkwing Blast, but I didn't remember it being particularly good. If a monster on the field is destroyed by a battle or a card effect and sent to the graveyard while this card's in your grave, you can special summon this card but banish it when it leaves the field. If this card is special summoned from the grave, you can target what monster your opponent controls, destroy it. You can only use each effect of Soul Scissors once per turn. This is genuinely not a bad card. I don't think it's bad. I think this card is better than you guys are making it out to be. I think this card is better. Like when I read this the first time, I didn't think much of it, but I think this card is not bad. The problem is basically this card has to be special summoned from the graveyard. But the fact that you can loop this with Elf for like interruption and removal every single turn, I think this is a card. I think I would have played this in Runic Sprite if it was already out. I'm pretty sure I would have played this in Runic Sprite if it was already out. I don't know if it's better than Wind Up Kitten. No, it's better than Wind Up Kitten. No, this card is better than Wind Up Kitten. This is better than Wind Up Kitten. The fact that this once you use it once, Jumpfire, thank you for the Prime. This card triggers tears. It does, but you have to realize how good this card is when you don't have to commit a card for it. You play a grind game. You have this card in your graveyard. If they try to game you and attack your Elf, it just comes back and destroys a monster, right? Which is very strong. It goes to it would be banished after that, but I think at that point it has already created a lot of value. I think this is an interesting card. I don't know if this is my first. I don't think this is like the first thing you want to do and immediately try this out, but this is a good card for Sprite. This is definitely a good card for Sprite. No, absolutely. This card is cool. This card's absolutely cool. Yeah, you can XYZ with it. You can like the only problem that I have with this card, if this card triggered on special summon from the deck, it would be absolutely busted. If we could Mannequin Cat this into a destruction, if we could Gigantic this into a destruction, that would be very powerful. But it is a good card and good option for Sprite, I think, is my take on it. Even though I didn't really realize that when the first time I read it. But this is a solid card. So Mannequin Cat is an option. Another card that I think is an option. Is, which one is the one that's just the trap card? Malfeed Forest, yeah, this one. I think this is playable. Oops, not gigantic. I think this card is an option. Because all it does is you can detach one material from this card, add one Melfi card from your deck to your hand. If another face-up Melfi you control returns to the hand, whatever, that doesn't matter. So all you do is you make this thing. This is YGO Omega. We're using it because DB is down right now. So you make this generic rank 2 and you search this card. Detach any number of materials from Beast XYZ monsters you control, then target up to that many cards your opponent controls, return them to the hand. Also, all Beast XYZ you control gain 500 attack. The cool thing about this card is that I don't think this card is a huge brick if you draw it, because there's a very cool interaction here. If we do open this card, because of course, normally, if you draw the trap you want to search with Melfi of the Forest, making Melfi of the Forest isn't really good anymore, but you still have to make a Beast XYZ. The cool thing you can do if you draw this card is you can make Mannequin Cat. And you can still use your Melfi Playhouse while putting up an XYZ. If we use this, do we even need Sprint as an interruption? Well, that's the problem with this card that I was getting to, is it detaches the last material from your Melfi of the Forest, right? So you would not have a material to detach from Sprint, for Sprint, which is why I think this even though the interaction with Mannequin Cat is really cute, because I think if you draw this card, making Mannequin Cat is really, really broken, right? You can like bounce 1 or 2 cards, and then, because Mannequin Cat, to trigger on your opponent's turn, Mannequin Cat doesn't need to detach anything, right? Mannequin Cat just like straight up triggers. It doesn't need to detach for its summon effect. So, yeah. Adriano, thank you for the 2 months. This is called YGO Omega. I've never used it before, but we're using it because DB is down at the moment. So it works. It works. Doesn't seem so bad so far. But yeah. I don't think it's Playhouse and this. I don't think it's these two. What are you guys on about, Cyberstein? Why are we talking about Cyberstein right now? Oh, is it because... I see. Okay, so we send it with Sprint and then we revive it with Elf before we're locked by Gigantic? Is that what we're talking about? There's no way that's viable. I'll tell you why, but there's no way that's viable. So the problem with or does Sprint doesn't lock you into level 2s, does it? No. The problem with that is there are multiple problems with this line of play. Of course, you can summon something really stupid like a Naturia Exterio. What would be the best fusion to summon of Cyberstein right now, straight up, like the most oppressive shit in the game? What is it? Is it Exterio? Last Warrior and Exterio? It's probably Exterio, right? Because Exterio is like... When a spell trap is activated, banish a card from your grave, then send the top card of your deck to the grave, negate the activation. Pretty broken. Like, if you pair that with, like, any interruption, if you pair that with any monster negates, it's probably game. Triggers tears. Okay, no. In all seriousness, though, I will tell you why this is not viable at all. this is not viable at all because, and it's not because you pay so much life points. It's not because you pay so many life points or whatever. It's obviously very easy to be like, oh, I'll just make sprint, send Cyberstein, then elf it back, and then summon Exterior. You can probably pull that off with almost every single hand, right? It only needs, like, Beaver plus blue does it. Beaver plus blue just does that. The problem with that line is you cannot starter before you do that, because it would lock you out of Naturia Exterio, which means you cannot put up red. Simply, you cannot put up red, so you will always die to Nibiru. You cannot be safe from Nibiru because you cannot gigantic or starter before you summon Exterio. Beaver itself does it? No, Beaver itself does not do it because we're sending Cyberstein. So this is not a viable line ever, simply because you cannot play through any hand trap. Like it loses to every single hand trap in the game. It loses to every single hand trap in the game because you cannot go starter for red, which is like, that's the best part about Sprite. The best part about Sprite is that that this deck doesn't care about hand traps whatsoever. Like you do not care. You ignore hand traps. So I don't think it'll ever be Exterio. I think there is, from what I'm seeing here, it's either we play two Swap Frogs or we play Hyperia and Cap Shell. I think that's the two most reasonable things to do. I think those are the two most reasonable things to do. What about Plague Spreader with Sprint? It opens up Herald and XYZ material spam. Plague Spreader zombie with Sprint. I mean, right off the bat, it's like sending Plague Spreader with Sprint is like so much worse than sending Nimble Angler, right? Sending Plague Spreader with Sprint is like worlds worth. Like that's a card. That's like two less cards you get, because sending Angler just gives you two bodies instead of one without losing a card in your hand, right? So like, you have to have very good reasoning. You have to have like insanely good reasoning to send a Plague Spreader zombie instead of the Angler. And the problem is, I don't think you have that. I don't think you have that reasoning to go for this, simply because you'll be locked out of making Herald so often, right? Why are we using Omega? DB is down right now. DB is down bad. So we're deck building on Omega. So the problem is this is basically the same as with Cyberstein, right? Like, we cannot make a Herald if we are locked by Starter or Gigantic, which means we would have to go for a line that plays into Nibiru super hard, right? We have to go into a line that's like plays super hard into Nibiru. I don't see a line that makes Herald before getting nibbed, right? I guess my idea was to have a target for Foolish and Sprint and use Plague as a shitty normal. So, I mean, it's like, it's not horrible. It's just the other options we have just seem better. Because we can already play Foolish, right? We would already play Foolish, I'm pretty sure. Just in case, like, okay, besides Angler and Plague Spreader, there have to be other good targets for... I refuse to believe that there's no other good target for Sprint in this deck. There's no way. There's no way that there's no good target for Sprint. Scissors. I mean, Scissors, unironically, I think this card is a strong option. If I was going to play Sprite at YCS Minneapolis this weekend, I would consider playing this card. I think it is interesting. And I'm not being ironic. I think the things you can do with this card in a grind game seem very, very strong to me. Like, this card would have been in my YCS Utrecht deck if it already existed, and I'm not even like that. I don't think that's close. I think it's in there. It's definitely in that deck, in the Sprite Runic. Like, Soul Scissor is in that deck. it'll come out with Bisted. That's not an argument. It's not an argument because Sprite already has targets for Bisted cards. Like you will still, if you play Runic Sprite, you will still play Cap Shell. You will still very often Elf target Blue, Elf target Jet. Like that stuff happens so often. Like people will still be able to use Bisted cards against your deck very efficiently. That's not the argument. This card is good. This card is good. I don't know if it's going to make its way into pure Sprite, but all I know, in my YCS Utrecht deck list, this card would have been there if it existed. 100%. This card is good enough to see play. I think. We sell Kitten now? I mean, Kitten still has its uses because you can use Kitten twice in a turn. Right? You can use Kitten twice. You can summon it with Gigantic, use it, bring it back, bounce again. So that's a difference. And also it doesn't destroy, which is good in some cases. Because like Tier Elements, of course, right? Tier Elements, of course. However, I would argue in the Sprite Mirror, it's much better to destroy than to bounce because you don't want to bounce their extra deck resources back. You don't want to bounce the main deck monsters back. Like, you would always rather destroy in the Sprite Mirror, right? So, like, I think this card is good, and I think this card is not. Also, it makes Djinn Buster, which is valuable. And yeah, this card being in your graveyard is like annoying for your opponent, which like Kitten only has an effect on my turn. On the opponent's turn, it's irrelevant. This card on my opponent's turn, I can trigger it with Elf, but I can also just not use it at all, and it's gonna be triggering itself in the battle phase. It's a good card. Definitely a good card. What we're gonna start with playing the Swap Frogs. I think that's the most reasonable thing to do. Pixies should probably be here if we play Mannequin Cat. I think it's nice if we make Mannequin Cat game 1 to have Pixies in the deck, simply so we can go on any dark, we can go summon blue, search Pixies. And then we're gonna play Fenrir. I don't know if it's. Do you guys think Bestials are main deck staples for the upcoming format, or are we talking more of a side deck card? I think it's good enough to main deck. I want to try. Just for the sake of trying both Fenrir and the Bestials, I'm just going to use them. I'm just going to use them for the sake of trying. Can I play this format even on Omega? Can I like queue up into a game of Darkwing Blast format? Yes. Okay, good. So this I think is a solid baseline. I have one question in my mind right now, and that is if we draw Swap Frog as our normal summon. If we draw Swap Frog of our normal summon, what do we summon with our Gigantic Sprite? What do we summon with our Gigantic Sprite is my biggest question, because I don't really. That's like we could play an Hyperia. We could play an Hyperia. But I'm not sure if I want to play even more normal summons like that. We could summon Soul Scissors and get it into the graveyard. That's not the worst idea, to be fair. We could play Soul Scissors. We could try the Soul Scissors. Okay, I'm done. And that is a solid 30 card baseline, I think. Now, I mean, we are very free what we do with the rest of our deck. We could easily now play Prosperity again. We could easily play Prosperity again. We could turn this into a Brave version. You are right, QT Suppy. We could make a Brave version out of this. Can we please put in what about Dragon Maids? Why are we talking about Dragon Maids right now? I mean, we already have 7 cards that are solid going second in Fenrir and the Bistis. Dragons are back? Are they? I don't know if they're back. Like, the way I see it is like Bisted cards help every deck kind of equally. I guess, nah, that's not true. I mean, the Searcher helps any dragon deck more than any other deck, but I don't know if they make up the gap between the decks that exist right now. Like, I don't think a dragon deck is gonna beat Sprites now. It's only because they got Magnamut. I don't know, cause like, do not know whether I would put my eggs into the basket of Dragon Maids. Bisted can search Chamber? Ah, yes. Going second, I love to search my normal summon Stratos for a trap card. So, okay, we're gonna make totally awesome. Okay. And this is... What do we pair this with? Do we go with a small hand trap approach? I don't think I want to do that. I don't know if I want to do hand traps in this list yet. Talents? Talents? I mean, Talents is like also very dependent on what people do, but Talents seems like a good idea to start. Enemy Controller could be good. Enemy Controller could be good. I Stay Mango, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate that. Thank you. People are going to be on Bestials? People are going to be on Bestials, but I think the Sprite deck is... The way you use Bestials, the way you use Bestials in the... against Sprite is probably going to be on your own turn. You're probably not using them on the opponent's turn, because usually they will go for Gigantic before they have targets for your Bestials in the graveyard, right? So, like, I don't think Talents is, like, good against Bestials when you're playing Sprite. When you're playing Tearlaments, Tactics becomes a lot better against Bestial cards. Ruffles, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate it. You have perfect information. Once again, thank you. We can try the Brave Engine later, but I don't want to start with that. Well, we're gonna try Talents. Is there any one hand trap that's like particularly good? Like, is Imperm... Sure, Imperm seems like lackluster even against Sprite now, because like even if you prevent the even if you get to prevent the Gigantic, it's like with the Sprint they still have so many bodies. I feel like their board would still be strong. That's what it feels like. Jule Ray, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. I guess we can try Imperm. I'm not opposed to it. It is a rough draft anyways. Did I forget any one-ofs? Is Called By good? I'm not sure if Called By is good. Because, like, I think the most... I feel like Called By was already kind of... The card is broken, don't get me wrong. I don't want anyone turning this against me and saying, like, oh, Called By is balanced now. No, it's not. But, like, in this metagame right now, I felt like Called By was lackluster, even at YCS. I didn't main it at YCS Utrecht, simply because it felt like... Doesn't handle Imperm, doesn't handle Nibiru on your first turn, and, like, just is, like, okay all around. I think you guys are on the right track. I think Change of Heart is a good idea. Solatia, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you for the support. I think Change of Heart is good simply based on the fact that it takes Fenrir, and it's so good if you take Fenrir with Change of Heart. Like, taking Fenrir with Change of Heart is so powerful, isn't it? So we accept that we just lose if the opponent has Dark Ruler no more. The thing is, the reason why, I think it's kind of the same issue as that we had at Euros. It's like everyone was very focused on the fact that Dark Ruler no more existed, and they were like, oh, it kills Sprite. The problem with that is that the card reads, you cannot kill your opponent on that turn. So whenever you get Dark Ruler, you will always have a chance for like a swing back turn, right? And I think that's what's most important about that issue, is as long as you are prepared with like follow up and play board breaker cards like Bestials, Fenrir, whatever, I think you have a chance that you can break the board back after getting Dark Rulered. I think that is not too unrealistic. But we'll see about it. If we end up finding the deck to be too weak to Dark Ruler no more, we might have to make some changes. But I don't think it's the biggest issue in general for the game. I think Dark Ruler no more is just a very, very well designed card. In a way that it lets your opponent play, but it only really kills you if you play a deck that goes completely all in, which we're not doing that with Sprite. Like, we've never been doing that. Like, Sprite has always been a deck that commits a board out of 2 or 3 cards max, and the board will always create, like, some backup as well. So you're never, like, lost after... It's not like you put your entire 5-card hand into a board, and if that board gets broken, you lose the game. That's never the case with Sprites, I think. That being said, Dark Ruler could be a good card in this deck. Maybe. Which app is this? This is YGO Omega, which I have never used before, but DB is down. Is it still down, by the way? Looks like it. Can you do tier after? We'll also talk about tournaments. We will also talk about tournaments, don't worry. As far as the extra deck goes, Zeus goes back in for sure. We're definitely gonna play Downerd as well. We're definitely, I mean, is there... If this card is special summoned, ooh, I think we play Dark. We play Dark for that for sure. We might play Cavalry, although I don't know if we have the room for it. I'm not sure if we'll have the room to fit Cavalry as well. We might not. Mannequin Cat, I guess Mannequin and Cavalry are not staple. I'm thinking this card could be okay. If we're considering Fenrir to be in the game. Of course the third elf is always an option. I think Hita also becomes a little bit stronger now that everyone is playing Sprite Sprint. Simply because if you take your opponent's Sprint for free, you get like the interruption from it. We can play Soul Sweeper. Soul Sweeper is a card that has excellent synergy with Soul Sweeper is a card that has excellent synergy in grind games with Sprint, simply because it is an XYZ that is left up on the board with one material that you don't care about. Like, you can just use Onibimaru, clear a threat for a turn, put up Sprint, and that also is a bounce. I think that's a really good... I think that's going to be in the deck, pretty sure. Nightmares are good if we play Anglers. Some form of Nightmares. I think the card that's not going to make the cut, though, or like could potentially not make the cut, is IP. Simply because IP needs, I think, too much... I think IP it requires too much space overall, because IP is a package of 2 or 3 cards. Fenrir and the Bestials kind of clash going second. Oh, but they're both so good. Maybe you only play one of the two, in which case I think I would main deck Fenrir. I think I would main deck Fenrir, but like, yeah, you're right. It's annoying, but both of those are so good. But like, can't you, couldn't you like go battle phase with, how do they clash? I mean, Fenrir needs you to have no monsters, and Bestials summon themselves. He is correct. They do clash a little bit, but it's fine. I just want to get like a glimpse of what these are like to play with. That's okay. IP plays around Lava Golem, and you can pop with Cerberus in the mirror. What do you mean it plays around Lava Golem? How does it play around Lava Golem? Too cute to get tributed. Ah, okay. I see. Starter and Gigantic lock you out of your own Bisteds? Yeah, but like you never use those cards before the Bisteds. You'll always start with them. If you main the Bisteds, maybe an XYZ rank 6. Maybe. Even though I think it's kind of a waste to XYZ with these. I think it's kind of a waste to XYZ with these. I'll tell you why. I think it's like both of these have you basically have two 2500 bodies, which are extremely valuable if you're playing Sprite. It's extremely valuable when you're playing Sprite to have big bodies, right? Because you don't have to worry about how do I run over this Kid Kalos? How do I run over that Rhinoheart? How do I run over that Sharon? That Merly in defense position? Whatever. Like, those are cards that Sprite, like, literally Sprite has to worry about running over all these cards, right? And if you put the Bisteds on the field, you can just run over them. I think that's good. It's the same reason why Fenrir is so good, right? Also, the second reason is that like Druid's Worm is just like has so much anti-synergy. Druid's Worm has so much anti-synergy with XYZs because this card, the whole purpose of this card. Wait, what happened? What's going on? Okay, how do I? No, he's gone. The thing is, this card has anti-synergy with XYZs because it says if this card is sent from the field to the graveyard, you can target a special summon monster your opponent controls, send it to the graveyard. Right? If I had this card on the field going second, like let's say I started with Magnamut. If I started with Magnamut and then I searched this in the end phase and then I summoned that and then I was thinking, okay, what can I make out of these two? What can I make out of these two? It's like my first instinct would never be to make an XYZ simply because then I don't get the effect of sending a special summon monster to the graveyard. Like always make a link with this. I feel like always like it's so nice that like one Magnamut going second is like you disrupt the Tearlament and then you summon like both the big dudes. Maybe go battle phase. Maybe just make Dark. Send something to the graveyard, activate Dark is like such a power play. Right? It's such a power play. I think you will make this so much more often. Or like even just a Nightmare. You can go like Phoenix, discard Angler, like Chainlink 1, Phoenix, Chainlink 2, Druid Worm, everything. Like it's such a strong power play to link this card off that I don't think you would ever play that you would ever make a rank 6 very consistently. Of course, maybe with Zeus, there's like a world where you want to go second if you have Magnamut and just go slam the second level 6 XYZ attack Zeus. That is something I could see. But then the Zeus would only have 3 materials unless we run Gaia Charger, which I don't think we can do that. Like Beatrice Gaia Charger or something. It is an option. it is an option to play Beatrice or the new rank 6. Let me quickly catch up on the rank 6. Wait, no, this is not it. What was he called? Wallow? Ah, yeah, that's the one. You can like get a card from your opponent's graveyard, which is like an interesting option. Yeah, DB is down. DB is down. I think this is rather niche though. All of this, like the Beatrice, the Wallow, they're good. They're good. I think we need, but I think it comes down to the question how many side decks, how many extra deck slots do we even have or something. I think we're gonna try and not play IP. I think we have with Sprite Sprint we have like other good link interruptions that don't require as much space. I think the Charmers are interesting because simply like Osa being able to summon Fenrir is cute, but you need Fenrir already to make that happen. I don't know. Hita summon opponent's sprint, I think could be more valuable than you think. That's nice. And then Phoenix seems good. Especially like Phoenix is so valuable because I think Super Poly is gonna come back into the metagame. Like Tearlaments is gonna play Super Poly, I think, now that Sprint is out. Because even the Sprite decks are gonna be like I don't think there's gonna be a reasonable way to play around Super Poly completely anymore. Also because I feel like Toad is like a very natural pairing with Sprint, so and Super Poly was always good against Toad. Pit Knight early? Early could be okay. Early could be okay. The problem with early, the reason why I don't think it's early is I don't think you want to be ending on 3 Link monsters because then you cannot trigger Sprint. Like your end board is never gonna be Elf Sprint early. Right? Can we talk about Sprint's art? What the fuck is it? I don't know what it is. I think this is Kit being happy, so it's like a jacket with a jetpack attached to it. Okay. It's Kit capturing Jet and Blue under a jacket. Okay, rude. I don't know if we want more nightmares than Phoenix. I think Phoenix is gonna be the most used nightmare going second to play around Super Poly by far. But we could be wanting Cerberus. Not impossible, because we play Angler, so we want to make sure we have a way to discard. Cerberus is good. Also, maybe to force Fenrir. No. And then let's play Mannequin Cat. And maybe Centaurea. Am I missing something super obvious? I think I'm down to try 2 elves right now. It doesn't feel like this deck would need third elf super hard because we can like I think Hita can kind of function as a third elf in a way where almost every deck is gonna run elf, so you can Hita their elf if you really need the third one. I think Djinn Buster, yeah, Djinn Buster could be nice. I just don't like the anti-synergy between Djinn Buster and Sprint. I don't know how often we're gonna make this card still. But we're gonna see if we miss it ever. Okay, saved. How do I play this? Or should we just play a couple test hands and see how it looks? Yeah, let's do that. Five. Enable shuffling. Go. Would this be normal summon angler or normal summon carrot? We could summon swap, bounce it, and discard the angler later. And then it's probably gigantic. Swap frog. We have enough room for everything. We do. Anyways, what was I saying? Now you have now you have enough room. Let's go for 6. Gigantic nightmares. Zeus. We could take Foolish for Angler, but I think Soul Scissor is actually better here. But this is like, this was the perfect example why I prefer Dueling Book over this. Oh. Omega has a manual mode? How does that one work? Thank you, Descoto. I appreciate it. So, okay, we're using Swap Frog. Okay, this one is on the field. I see. I see how that works. We would make Elf first, wouldn't we? Because we don't want Sprint to be up there. So we're linking. We'd have to link these two off. No. This game has a streamer mode? Okay. Giga chat. The problem here is we definitely don't activate this. The problem here is we cannot actually get Sprint plus we cannot actually get Sprint plus Toad. Can we? The ordering was off. Wind Up World, thank you. Appreciate it. Can if you play Ahashima. That's why you start Sprint, but that seems so suboptimal. You can, but then I'd have to link off Fenrir, right? Anyways, okay, where do I have, let me quickly, before we do any more of this, where is the streamer, how is there a streamer mode? Graphics, gameplay, confirmation prompt, where, how do I, okay, how do I, thank you, Darkray, I appreciate it. It's in-game, okay. But what about the manual mode? It's in the overlay settings. Okay, I'm already annoyed. Yes, camera. Wait, what is this? Ah. Is this better? What is the best one? Monka Cam, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. Oh my god, this is horrible. This is nope. What the hell happened? Why is my hand gone? Ugh. Oh, why can't you do this? What is the point? What? What the? Perfect. I think this is fine. I think this is fine. Oh, I hate this so much. Yes, I will just activate my starter just so you stop annoying me. Please. Please. Yeah, okay. Oh, I normal blue. Oh my god. Okay, we're deck building today. Today is a deck building stream, brothers and sisters. I have just decided that today will be a deck building and theory stream. Yes. Yes. Yeah, noted. Noted. No, there's something about auto sims. There's something about auto sims that just like stresses me out. I don't know. It's just like I don't enjoy it half as much. Master Duel was like better. I feel like Master Duel did it a little bit better. But like these, it's just I don't know. Something about it stresses me out. I don't enjoy it as much. MD is so slow. Yeah, but like I think it being slow is better. At least for me, it's just like I don't like it. It's fine. I think it's fine. Mostly it's just theory, anyways. The more important part is theory, anyways. It's okay. It's probably fine if you're used to it. It's probably totally fine if you're used to it. YGO Omega. I know there's a lot of people that use it. It's probably not that bad. There's a lot of people that don't like it too. It's like people are like, play EDO Pro instead. Play Nexus. Play Omega. Play DB. It doesn't really matter. I think everyone has like their own favorite. It's just for me, auto sims in terms of Yu-Gi-Oh, it's just like I don't enjoy it as much. That's why since DB is down, we're just gonna stick to deck building today. But that's okay. I just don't want to stream myself struggling with Omega settings every 2 minutes and having to restart the game over and over and over again. I am wondering whether we really care about Bestials clashing with Kashtrila Fenrir, or if that's okay. One thing that I noticed just now in my head when I was doing the combos is that if you open what you would normally consider, what I would normally consider to be a very strong hand of Fenrir plus Nimble Beaver plus Blue or Jet, you would be playing into Nibiru. You would be playing into Nibiru if you go Special Summon Fenrir, Normal Summon Beaver, Special Blue Jet Red. Before you get Red, you are already at 5 summons. The 5th summon, instead of Red being the 5th summon would then be Blue or Jet. So you would have to skip Blue or Jet, basically. That's 4. It's not 4. It's Fenrir, Beaver, the Beaver target, Blue, and Jet. That's 5. Normally, it was 4 before Fenrir. It was 4 before Fenrir. What about making Gigantic right away? You could do that. Of course, you get Hand Trap to Oblivion then. Right? You can Gigantic after Beaver, and then if you get Hand Trapped on that, you don't get Toad. Yeah. With Fenrir, you can't play around it anymore, no? You could play around it. Like, there's 2 ways to play around it. You can go Special Fenrir, Normal Summon Beaver, Summon Second Beaver, or Angler. And then immediately make Gigantic. That would be summon number 4. Russell Anter, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate the support. Welcome to the stream. Or you could do a suboptimal line to play around Nibiru. You go Special Fenrir, Normal Summon Beaver, Special Summon the Angler, and then you, like, let's say you have Blue, you go Special Summon Blue, and you simply do not add Jet. You just add Red immediately, and then Red is your 5th summon. You lose a body in that. You lose a body in that sequence. And if you have Jet, it's the same thing. You just go Jet into starter summon Red instead of starter summon Blue. Right? Thank you, Vozuki. I appreciate it. Thank you. A body and a spell trap. Yeah, you lose. No, I mean, you don't lose the spell trap. You don't lose the spell trap because if you go Blue into Jet, you use your spell trap anyways. The only difference, you use your spell to go to Red anyways. So the spell is gone either way. It's just you skip a step, so you don't have the free Jet, basically. You don't have the free Jet. So your board would be Fenrir, 2 Nimbles, blue, and red. So 5 summons. And you already have red. 5 summons and you already have red. But then how do you continue after that? If you have the 4 bodies, it would be so much easier if I could look on this, like, in Dueling Book. You have the 4 bodies. You make gigantic, summon. I mean, the gigantic... Yeah, you could gigantic summon Jet in that scenario and grab double cross, but then you don't have Toad either. Maybe that's why in the OCG they play 3 reds. Okay, if I host a match, can I go? Is it local? Host? Extra rules. Oh my god. Where's manual? Deck testing. Mulligan. It has to be online. But I can't play. I can't play on my own. Like a solo mode. That seems like the most easiest thing to set up. Host. You can play online versus a bot. Okay. Game properties. Extra rules. What did I do? Yo! Where? Back. Dual mode, master rule, dual rule, manual. Card pool, all. And now how do I play against the bot? Private. Create. Add bot. Ready. First. And there's no way. It's not happening. It's not happening. I'm too much of a boomer. I'm too much of a boomer, I think. I don't think it's possible. No. No! No. No. I cannot. I cannot. I cannot. It is not possible. I have tried. I can't do it. I can't do it. Look, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've played Dueling Book for... Back when it was Dueling Network. Back when it was Dueling Network, I played that shit. It's like 12 years ago. 12 years I've been playing that. I can't. I cannot. I tried. I tried. I tried. Show food. It's just it is just pasta with vegan bolognese. Pretty good. It is pretty good. You know what? It's fine though. We don't have to play. We can simply look into tier elements as well. Now tier elements, I think, are the more complicated thing to build for now. Or like in my head at least. I don't know exactly where it's supposed to go. For this weekend. For this weekend at the YCS, I'm very curious what people are going to do with tier elements. I can give you a standard tier shell. I mean, if you have one that you think is going to be like standard after, I can look at it. That's fine. I'm down. You can import it. How do I import? How do I import? Import. Clipboard deck. Here. Okay. Baki, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you. Sword Soul. You guys think Sword Soul is reasonable next format? It doesn't feel like... I don't know what's on about Sword Soul right now. Like, that deck is just way too fair, isn't it? It feels way too fair to me. Okay, so we have this, which... Oh, we're playing the Lubellion. Yeah, why are we using this as a one of... You can place one branded continuous spell trap from your deck face up on your field. A branded... Are we using the effect? No, we're not. You use one Lubellion to loop the Magnumut. Loop the Magnumut. What do we mean by loop? Just because you can add a second Magnumut basically with this? Is that the idea? It's like you go second. I see. No, that might be reasonable, yeah. That might be reasonable. What's the target for Bandit and High Spirit? It's the new Tearlament fusion. Rule Kalos, which is broken, by the way. The broken fusion. This looks like a reasonable shell for the deck. Why is the Cartesia here? If you control Fallen of Albaz or it's in your grave, you can summon this card. Or during your main phase, you can fusion summon a level 8 or higher fusion using muscles from hand or field. During the end phase, you can add this card to your hand. To add off of high, yeah, but like you don't need 2 targets for High Spirits. I think that's unreasonable. I think that's a little unreasonable. I guess having a level 4 tuner, I guess it being a level 4 tuner is not bad. Albion is far worse. I don't think Albion is worse. How is... The cool thing about Albion is that it keeps recycling itself. So even when you draw it, you can just put it back into the deck. It's a poly. It's not quite a poly. It's only like... It's not that broken. There's a combo I could link, but DB is down. Yeah, but we're really down bad today. The Yu-Gi-Oh community is down bad. Master Duel could have saved us all, but they decided not to. They just decided not to do that. We are down bad. The Cartesia combo is High Spirit, send Lulu, first tier name, add Cartesia, first tier name, and Lulu make Kit. Kit adds second tier name if you don't have one. Normal summon Cartesia, use her effect to poly using Kit and second tier, make Lulu. Using Kit and second tier name, make Lulu. Sending one fuse with second. Oh, you don't have. Yeah, okay. No, okay. Yeah, it's fair enough. No, this looks like a solid shell. You don't think Tearlament Scream and Foolish Burial Goods are good? Or like standard? I think this card is gonna be standard. You think Chaos Hunter will see more play for Bestials and Fenrir? I don't think Chaos Hunter is like the best way to go about. Chaos Hunter is just in general not that good of a card because you have to discard for it. Like going down 2 cards just to put that card on the field is not that great. Any good food you enjoyed at Utrecht? I couldn't really find anything besides falafel. Yeah, I haven't eaten anything super special in Utrecht. But I didn't really spend much time looking for anything. I just like, the thing is, I just like usually join my friends and go wherever and then eat whatever they offer for vegans at that place. I don't really like go out of my way to find like a special place that has something fancy. So yeah. What's the difference between maining Heartbeats and Cyclone? I mean, they're both not really that great. I am vegan, yeah. Funds for Fenrir, thank you, Neri. Fenrir is kind of getting expensive, right? Fenrir is getting more and more expensive, I think. It's 45 right now. Yeah, it was 40 last week, and it started at 35. Absurd. I don't think it's that absurd, is it? I don't think it's that absurd. It's a very good card. We'll see how often people are gonna play like 3 of it. But yeah, if like, it's kind of worth mentioning that if people have to decide between, playing Bestials and Fenrir because you don't really want to play both together, I think people are gonna decide for Bestials a decent amount of the time because the Bisted cards are also really, really powerful. So if the two kind of compete with each other, if the two engines kind of clash with each other, that means the play rate of both is not going to be as high because some people are going to decide to play Fenrir, some people are going to decide to play Bestials. So that's going to, like, I think drop both of their prices a little bit. Magnamut is 10? Yeah, but like I don't believe that's going to stay that way. I do not believe that that's going to stay that way. Anyways, we have a 33 card shell here. We have a 33 card shell here that looks more than reasonable. The question would be, what would this be? What would be the last 7 cards here? And why are we on 2 Rhino Hearts? Why are we on 2 Rhino Hearts here? Okay. Yeah, because we normal summon Cartesia in the combo with High Spirits. Alright, I see. You don't like Tearlament's Grief? I think Tearlament's Grief is not that good, no. Like, the way I see Tearlament Grief is like... So what this card does is special summon a Tearlament or Visas from your deck or grave, and then send the monster you control to the graveyard with the same type or attribute as the monster. If this card is sent to the graveyard by a card effect, you can target a banished Tearlament trap added to your hand. So, the grave effect is obviously irrelevant. You can't really set that up unless I'm missing something. You can't really banish your Tearlament traps without snow. There's no way. So, like, what this card does is, I think it's essentially a little bit of a weird Foolish Burial, right? It's just a little bit of a weird Foolish Burial where you just summon a Tearlament and send it to the graveyard immediately. Of course, you can like summon something and then send some. It helps you play through Imperm on Kid Kalos very, very well. I'll give you that. Because if they Imperm Kid Kalos, you can simply summon Merly from the deck and send Kid Kalos to the graveyard and then still mill 8. Right? Like, that's an insane use for that card. This is not a quick play? No, but you just use it after. You don't have to send the card to the graveyard that you summon. You summon Merly with this, and then you send Kid Kalos to the graveyard by this card's effect. You're not dodging the Imperm. You're not dodging the Imperm, but you are still resolving your Kid Kalos grave effect, right? Then play it? I mean, you could play it. The problem is that really necessary, right? Is all of that really necessary? Which I'm not sure it is. This card, however, is great, I think. I think this card is at least a 2 or 3 off. Maybe it might be a 3 off, but I'm not sure if you want to like. I feel like Tearlaments is a weird deck with the ratios on these cards, simply because like you want to see them, you want to mill them, but whenever it becomes redundant, because the combo goes through like you like mill a lot of cards. 3 offs can feel a little redundant from time to time. I think Goods is nice. And then maybe we play. Maybe this is reasonable of a package. I think it is. We have to like cut a card. The Big Biscuit. I don't know if it's necessary, but I kind of understand the idea behind it. I can kind of get behind the idea of Biscuit Lubellion, because okay, so the way it works is Magnamut cannot add back Magnamut, right? And so if the normal way it goes is if you open a Magnamut, is you will search a Druid's Worm, and that's where it stops, right? That's where the chain ends, basically, right? It's +1, 2 bodies, but it ends after that, right? If you play a Biscuit Lubellion, because this one is basically a Rhoda. This guy's a Rhoda for bestial monsters, so he's just like you can discard this card. You can send this card from your hand to the grave, add a bestial from your deck to your hand, except bestial Lubellion. And then it also has some bonuses, some other effects. But for the most part, that's the most important thing. And because Magnamut adds back a dragon from the deck or graveyard, right? Because it adds from deck or graveyard, you can go Magnamut, add Lubellion from the deck to the hand in the opponent's end phase, discard Lubellion, add Magnamut, summon that Magnamut by banishing an opponent's card. And in the end phase, you can search and you can add back the Lubellion again, right? And so like you basically can go through all of your Magnamuts if you don't want the Druid's Worm in the first turn, right? So you can chain it. You can chain it chain Magnamoots basically, one to each other, which you couldn't if you didn't play this. Right? So I think as a one-off, I don't hate that idea in general of being able to repeatedly search Magnamoots. Where's rebranded? I didn't, branded light, branded lost, branded... There's no card named rebranded here. Do you mean branded regained? Branded regained, okay. We've read it before, haven't we? If a light or dark monster is banished, you can target one of those monsters, place that monster on the bottom of the deck, and if you do, draw one card. You can only use this effect of branded regained once per turn. Once per turn, if your opponent normals or special summons a monster, you can target a bestial monster in your grave, special summon it. You can only activate this effect of branded regained once per turn. It's a good card. It's a very good card. But I don't think you would play it in this deck. I don't think you would play it in this deck. I think you would only play that if you played a bigger bestial package. Because like I said, in this deck, the goal is not to summon Lubellion to get the branded card. We're not doing that ever, right? We're not doing that ever. We're simply using him to loop Magnamoots. Right? We're looping Magnamoots by discarding Lubellion. We're not summoning the Lubellion. The link between Dweller and this is the new rank 6 that you can grab cards from your opponent's grave with it. Yes, DB is down. DB is in fact down. It's called YGO Omega, but I'm just using it because DB is down. But it's just a deck build. The deck builder is fine. I'm not a huge fan of the in-game overlay yet, but yeah. But I'm down to look at like pure bestials or like bestial Dragon Link in a bit. The problem is we can't really test it, but we can look at some like a deck list. We can look at deck lists. And see how it works. Or like if anyone has like a bestial combo, or if there's like bestial combo videos for Darkwing Blast meta, I'm down to look at it. Branded archetype is dead, right? Because of bestials. Red is awful. I actually felt like Despia was not in a bad spot right now for the current metagame. But you are right. As soon as the bestial cards hit the game, it becomes significantly worse because Branded in Red is such an important piece of the deck that it might be a little bit too hard to compete with these cards. It is tough. But the thing is for like bestial Dragon Links or also Pendulum, what you guys are talking about in chat right now, like Pendulum is something I want to look at. Pendulums. The problem is I want to be able to play it, and I'm not really happy with the Omega interface to say the least. Because I don't know, like, if you have deck lists, we can do that. If you have deck lists for Darkwing Blast that you think are interesting, we can discuss them today. How do you sprite seeing played for Minneapolis? Give me 1 second. This was what I threw together earlier. I think this is close to what you could see at Minneapolis. I just think the more I think about it, I think you will have to decide between. Playing Magnamut or playing Fenrir in the main deck, which I think it's a tough decision to make. But it probably comes down to the fact that they clash too much. Because if you go second, you summon Magnamut, you cannot summon Fenrir. Going first is obviously irrelevant, because if you open Fenrir, you're just going to summon it, and then you can summon Magnamut later. But I think it's basically, I think Fenrir is better against Sprite. And I think Magnamut is better against Tier, so you just have to predict what you think is better. You just have to think what's more popular. It's like, do I want to be prepared for Tier Lemons, or do I want to be prepared for Sprite? And that, I think, based on that, you're going to have to make a decision between Fenrir and Magnamut in the main deck. You can cite the other one. You probably will cite the other one, right? Like, you'll probably cite Fenrir if you don't main deck Fenrir, and you'll probably cite the Bistits if you don't main deck the Bistits. So, like, it's just a main deck decision. But, yeah. Runic Sprite, oh yeah, I mean, of course, we can talk about Runic Sprite. I actually don't see a reason why Runic Sprite wouldn't be good anymore. The more I think about it, it's like, I think Runic Sprite could still be good. I don't know exactly how we adjust it, but like, Runic Sprite, I don't see a reason why Runic Sprite would be bad now. Won't people go back to Spell Canceller? I mean, it's very hard to rely on Spell Canceller in a metagame where everyone can play Magnamut and Fenrir. Like, you have very, very strong... you can play very, very strong answers to Spell Canceller in the main deck without a problem. Decks have easier Eradicator targets with this. So that could be an argument. But, like, you could play the deck... You could play the deck in a way. You can play the deck in a way where you take out all the spells basically that aren't runics, right? And sprites. So you like, I mean, I played like, what did my deck have? 23 spells. My deck had 23 spells. You take out talents, it's 21 spells. And then you play cards like Fenrir or Bistits, and maybe Lava Golem as well. Just like, in general, monster board breakers, right? And so then, what happens is if they Eradicator you simply chain one or two of your runics. To maybe force a negate or clear a monster. And then you use like monster board breakers and hope to draw like a normal summon plus a sprite, for example, right? Because like, I think after you get Eradicated, if you chain one or two runics and then you still have like a sprite and a Fenrir or whatever. I guess Fenrir doesn't work if you have to chain to summon. Maybe Fenrir is not it then, but like, let's say you have like, I don't know, you get Eradicated and you still have a sprite and a Lava Golem after you chained a runic to summon. I think it's not that bad. Do you know what Naturia does? We've looked at it, but like, isn't Naturia only good when Ishizu comes out? I don't think it's relevant in Darkwing Blast already, is it? It's alright? Okay. We play 3 tip. We play 3 curses. We play 3 slumber. We play 3 of that. We play 3 of that. We probably still play 2 of that. We play 1, and maybe even 1 of that. And then I think if you try to fill this deck with as little I would probably go to 2 starter, maybe even 2 jets. I wonder if we play double cross in this version of sprites. I wonder if we would do that. I don't think it's like unreasonable. It's such a good removal card. Did you ever use the discard effect of dispelling the entire YCS? I did multiple times. It's relatively solid. You played against Mystic Mine at the YCS? I also did that. Yeah, I played against the Mystic Mine Runic deck out deck in round 9. The last round of day 1, I played against Mystic Mine deck out. But yeah, the Runic deck has a solid matchup against it, so I won. It was not Mind Burn. No, it was not Mind Burn. It was the Mystic, the Runic deck out thingy that I think it was like close to the deck that Nesh made a couple weeks ago. Whether you play Hyperia or not depends a lot on whether you play Lava Golem. Do you think Lava Golem is still like the best board breaker, quote unquote? I think this card is great. I think Soul Scissors is great. It's insane in Runic Sprite. If people genuinely play, what's it called? Eradicator, then we have to play some form of monster hand traps. Or like monster interruption, I mean, not hand traps. So this is now my list minus Wind Up Kitten for Soul Scissors, minus an Hyperia, minus 2 talents, minus a jet, and plus a droplet. Kitten, I'm not sure if we want to play both Kitten and Soul Scissors. My first instinct is that Soul Scissors is better, because it's also a good target for Sprite Sprint, because that's what this deck doesn't have yet, right? We don't have a good target for Sprite Sprint. And we also don't have a good plan yet. We don't have a good plan yet for which XYZ do we put up next to Sprite Sprint, right? Because I think not using Sprite Sprint in this deck would be criminal as like an interruption. I think you need that bounce. You take all the interruptions you can get. So I'm pretty sure we remove IP. We remove IP, and we try to summon, instead of IP, we try to summon a good rank 2. We try to summon a good rank 2. Mannequin Cat? The problem is, I'm not sure. I'm not convinced, rather. I'm not convinced that Mannequin Cat blind in game 1 is the way to go. Because what can we summon? We can summon Hyperia if they summon an Earth monster, which is like, if they summon Fenrir, we can draw a card. Like, okay. If summoning Cap Shell isn't great. It's not the worst thing in the world. I guess maybe Blind Mannequin Cat is okay. But like our board, what would our board even be? What would our board even be? It would be like Elf, Mannequin Cat, Sprint. Elf, Mannequin Cat, Sprint. And what? We have like more bodies. I don't know. We would make like Elf, Mannequin Cat, Sprint, and have a Soul Scissor in the graveyard. Sprint makes Ibly Lock viable? Sprint makes Ibly Lock viable. Well, it's not completely wrong. Ibly is already viable. Ibly is like okay. We can summon Fenrir. We can summon Fenrir if they summon Fenrir, but we'd have to play Fenrir for that. We would have to play Fenrir for that. Right? Which I'm not sure if I don't know. I guess Fenrir there's no reason not to play Fenrir now that I think about it. There's no real reason not to play Fenrir. Fenrir is just insane. Fenrir might just be better than Lava Golem. Because then we can play like... Yeah. I don't know if we want 5... No, we probably do. Fenrir is a little worse without a battle phase. I think well, you are right. But the thing is, if we go second, we can simply you lose whatever you summon. No, if they chain Fenrir to Mannequin Cat. What? During your main phase, you can have when this card declares an attack, or if your opponent activates a monster effect, you can target one face-up card. Is this a trigger or a quick effect? It's on a new chain. It's on a new chain. Okay. It's on a new chain, so if you go Mannequin Cat, summon Fenrir, and then they trigger Fenrir, they can banish your Fenrir before you can trigger it. I see. Well, but that's okay, I think. I think that's okay. Like, that's not the worst thing in the world if that happens. Still feels like you would want to play Fenrir. Because, like, if you go second, you can go special Fenrir, enter battle phase, and then you can use Fenrir to bait a negate, and then you can also use like a runic card to summon Gary to force a negate. I think that's pretty good. We might not want to play 3. No, wait, we do want to play 3 because that's the weird thing about Fenrir. The more I think about it, the one weird thing about Fenrir is that it's a bad draw off a fountain, right? It's a bad draw off a fountain because we cannot summon it later on. Which is a little bit awkward. But if it's in your opening hand, it's like quite strong. Dark. I think Hita becomes like Hita and Phoenix are both reasonable in this deck. I think we replaced the IP line completely. And maybe we replace the... I don't think we can replace the Gin Buster line, because sometimes we just need that for the cap shell. I think sometimes we just need that for the cap shell. Fenrir's banish effect works like Faker. Yeah, basically it's like after the effect resolves, you can activate it to banish. Because it's a trigger and not a quick effect. We could play Asa. We could play Asa to summon like opponents' Fenrirs if we have Hyperia. But like that's not bad, right? That's not bad. How about Cyberstein? I think Cyberstein is not very good. I think Cyberstein is not very good at all. Because the way it works, the way you get Cyberstein in this deck, you have to get Cyberstein before you are locked into level 2s by starter or gigantic, right? So what you have to do is you have to sprint, send it to the graveyard, and then elf summon it back. The problem with that is there's no way to make that play without losing to Nibiru, because we cannot gigantic to protect from Nibiru, and we also cannot starter for red. So we have to play very, very weird lines to get there without losing to Nibiru. And I don't think that's worth it ever. It also just plays into Bisted cards, right? Like, I mean, a lot of people are gonna be main decking Bestial cards, so why would you commit to Cyberstein? What is missing from the extra deck? What was I using? I wasn't using these 3. So that was IP, Unicorn, Avramax, Onibimaru. We need Onibimaru. Okay. And then we have 2 more slots in the main deck. I'm not convinced yet that it's Fenrir. Is DB still down? Yup. Still down. Well, that's okay. We could just go back on the max number of sprites. Like, I think if we ever plan on making Mannequin Cat turn 1, we have to play Pixies. We would have to play Pixies if we want to make... I think it's essential for Mannequin Cat to be a good interruption in game 1 to play Pixies. Because then, against almost every deck, if they summon a Dark, you can go Mannequin Cat, summon Blue, add Pixies, which makes your board harder to break. Which is nice. What do you send off Sprint? The idea is you send Soul Scissors, or you send one of these 2. Like, for example, if I don't draw an Hyperia or a Capshell, I don't have a normal summon, and then I can just send Hyperia to have an Elf Revive on my turn to draw a card, and then on their turn to draw another card. It's quite nice. Let us just play a third Jet or a third starter. I don't know which one is actually better yet. I haven't decided what I like more. Xion, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you. 5 months already. Thank you for the continued support. I think starter is probably better. Starter's probably better. I mean, yeah, busted hand. Busted hand. Okay, this toggle thing has to go off. Gameplay. Where do I turn that off? That it like asks me every single time. Is it this? Back in the main screen? Where? Oh. Off. One downside to playing Fenrir in this deck as well is that you have to be playing, you have to go into your main phase to start your plays, right? Which normally you would do this in draw phase to play around Effect Veiler. Is this special summon? We would make Gigantic here. And what you would do here is probably activate Gigantic, Chain Slumber. That way you can chain block your... That way you can chain block your thingy. Your Fountain Draws. Yeah. Detach blue. Wait, did I? Oh, I had it off. Okay, well, now I'm not chaining, I guess. Guess we're not chaining then. It doesn't ask me anything? Well, then okay, that was not the way I wanted to play. Yeah. Bro, how is this deck okay? how are Runic cards okay, by the way? Wait, what do I even have? How is this deck even remotely okay? No battle phase, yeah, true. See, this is where it's a little weird. It's a little weird now we make Mannequin Cat, but we're not detaching from that Mannequin Cat on the opponent's turn. So we don't get a cap shell draw here. But it's still nuts. It's still a nuts opener. It's completely ridiculous to have, like, Sprint cannot get the cap shell draw. No, because where can I see the material under? Oh, where can I see the material under? Because Capshell says, basically, Capshell says it needs to be activated to activate that monster's effect. You have to activate that monster's effect. Click on the 2. So it's like, if this card is detached from an XYZ monster, to activate that monster's effect. So you cannot detach it with Sprint to activate the effect. So I think if we had like a good rank 2 here, if there was a really good rank 2 here that would detach on the opponent's turn to get a cap shell draw, that could be like the key to this. But like, yeah, no, I mean, this deck is still insane. Because we just get, like, the sprint for free. The sprint just sends us the soul scissors for free. Which is cool. And is an interruption on the opponent's turn. Because now we can, like, on the opponent's turn, we have a carrot negate. We have carrot negate, red negate, sprint bounce, mannequin effect, Fenrir bounce, soul scissor pop with elf, and runic's disruption, and draw 3 cards. The game is this deck is completely busted. What about the new runic fusion? The new runic fusion. When an attack is declared involving this card in the extra monster zone, you can banish the top 2 cards of your opponent's deck. Neither player takes any battle damage from attacks involving this card. If this card on the field is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can target a runic quick play in your grave, add it to your hand. So, I think the card is good. But I feel like it's it's kind of counterintuitive. It's kind of counterintuitive to add back runic quick plays from your graveyard, because you kind of wanna have them in your graveyard to draw cards with them, right? And like you're kind of inclined to add back the best ones to your deck as well to get them back later. But like it's good. It's still a good effect. It's just that if it was on summon, it'd be insane. If it was on summon, add back a quick play, it'd be insane. Just the fact that it has to be destroyed makes it a little bit worse. It is a good card though. It is a good card still. It is a DDV target. It is a DDV target, which is kind of insane, but I don't know. The thing is that both of these cards, like Munin is a good card because it can prevent Cosmic Cyclone. Hey, what is this? Okay. Munin is a good card because it can protect Fountain from Cosmic Cyclone. And so is Gary. Gary also is a good card. But the problem is, like, how much room do you dedicate? How much room in your extra deck do you dedicate to runic fusions? Because you only need them ever so often, right? It's not reasonable, I think, to play 5 or 6. You can go straight into battle phase with him, which I think is cool. But like, what's the point of that play? Right? What is the point of that play of going battle phase, activate a quick play fusion, summon Freaky or Frecky, attack into something, crash, and then add back the same spell that you just activated? Like, what's the point? I don't quite understand what you achieve by doing that, right? Antique's Beef, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you. You banish 2 cards from their deck. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's weird. It's cool that you can. It's cool that you could now. That is worth noting. One thing is worth noting. This card has 2,000 attack. This card has 2,000 attack. So like, you can finally attack over something. Like if they have a Sprite Elf, for example, you can now summon this and attack it. And you actually kill it. You don't do damage, because this card says it doesn't do battle damage. But you can actually run over things. You can't? What do you mean you can't? Of course you can. You can activate it, you guys. It's quick play spells. Are we talking about how we use quick play spells in the battle phase? Like, is that the problem right now? Is this the bar? Is this the bar for understanding the runic deck on how to play runics? Is like the bar is you cannot like there's no way. That cannot be the bar right now that we're that is not the level that we're talking right now, right? There's no way. There's no way you guys don't understand how you can like go into the battle phase, activate a runic quick play and crash to pop something with Geary. There's no shot. There's no shot. Okay. Well, anyways, moving on. Moving on. Moving on. You can in fact just go to the battle phase, activate a quick play spell, and then you will skip the battle phase of your next turn. That's how that works. A very, very insane play. Very hard to figure out. Yeah, yes, I know. Very advanced technique, but you can do that. And so you can like run over some stuff with runics now. Which is not the worst thing in the world. It's not the worst option to just be able to, yeah, I'll declare battle phase and attack your sprite elf, right? I think that's a reasonable thing to do. Sometimes, right? You could do that previously with Geary. But Geary would obviously, you would take damage and you would lose your body, right? You would lose the Geary. So this card kind of does it better in some spots, but I don't know if that's enough reason to play it. I don't know if there's enough reason to play it still. (1984) The last card in the deck is Soul Scissors, by the way, which I think is beautiful in this deck. I think like this card would have been in my deck for sure this weekend if I played Runic Sprite. The more I'm looking at this, honestly, the more I'm looking at this, I think it's still solid. I don't know if you play Fenrir. But I don't see a reason. I honestly don't see a reason why this deck wouldn't be good even after Darkwing Blast. I straight up think it's still powerful. It might still be the best deck, to be honest. It might still be. The buff to Tearlament is like reasonable, but like that's a good thing. You have to realize that that's a good thing for Runic Sprite, I think. I think it's a good thing for Runic Sprite if Tearlament gets a buff, because Tearlament is literally the best matchup for Runics. In all of the YCS, I did not lose to a single Tearlaments. Simply because the deck was designed to win against Tier. And I think if Tier is still like played a lot, then this deck is just good. Are we talking about just post Darkwing Blast for now? Loses to Bisted, everyone and their mother will play it? I don't know. I don't know if it loses to Bisted. The cat is better because people are going to side Chaos Hunter. I mean, this also outs Chaos Hunter. This also outs Chaos Hunter, though. You can just send it with Sprint, revive it with Elf, and it pops the Chaos Hunter. I think that's not the argument. And I don't think this deck loses to Bisted, because at the time, like at the moment where you summon these things, where you want to Elf, I think they already are locked by Gigantic, or you have like a red negate anyways. I don't think it's the Bisted, I don't think the Bisted is a reason to not play this deck. Because if you go by that reasoning, you also have to stop playing Tearlaments. Like, what's left at that point? Like, post Ishizu, I do not know, post Ishizu, I don't know how well Runic Sprite will still do. I'm pretty convinced it's still playable for this weekend's YCS. I'm curious if anyone brings it, because I'm not going. But if anyone brings it to the YCS, I'm curious how they'll do and how they'll build it. But I think it's possible. Ghost Bell main deck now? Ghost Bell isn't that great against this deck. Like, the thing is, Ash and Ghost Bell on Fountain are not very good, because as long as they have another Runic card, which they play infinite, they can just draw on the next turn. So like it doesn't really do that much. Because you just leave the spells in the graveyard. You just leave the spells in the graveyard and it doesn't really change that much, right? It's like they just draw the cards next turn. But yeah, looking at this deck, I don't see why this wouldn't be strong for the YCS this upcoming. Of course, the list might change. You might want to adapt it a little bit. But like it's just a first draft. You might still want Lava Golem. I don't know exactly what everyone in the format is gonna make in terms of boards. You think it's worth committing to buy the Runic Engine or better to wait on Darkwing Blast? I mean, I don't know how. Like I said, there's a very big possibility. There's a very big possibility that Ishizu tier is gonna wreck the meta in a way where nothing else is really playable anymore. It is definitely possible that once Ishizu tier hits our game, it is like actually a tier 0 deck now. Which I don't know yet. That's what I'm hearing about it. That's my first impression. In which case, I don't think I would invest into Runic now, because I feel like Runics are hyped right now, because right now they are the best deck. Like, and it's not close. This deck was the best deck for YCS Utrecht, and it might still be the best for Minneapolis. I don't know, but it was definitely the best before Darkwing Blast. And the Runic Engine, the Runic Engine is like actually as powerful as like Sprites and Tearlaments in terms of what they do. The Ishizus are triple DD Crows. Yeah, I guess they could get rid of your Runic. I'll see. On the other hand, though, I don't know. One thing that is purely theory, nothing I have actually like thought about in depth yet, is like, wouldn't Ishizu tier maybe potentially be vulnerable to decking out in these types of matchups if they go for like the huge mills, or do they have easy ways to recycle everything? I haven't looked into it enough yet, actually. Efried Fox, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you. Welcome back. Because I know like some Ishizu cards recycle. Ah, that's a bummer. 2 of the Ishizu cards shuffle stuff from. Ah, okay. Well, okay. They can play the trap that switches graveyard and deck as well. We'll see. We will see. I mean, Tearlaments themselves are like hard to deck out because all their fusions already. But we will see. I mean, it's like I have not played a single game of Ishizu tier myself. I haven't played against Ishizu tier a single time yet. All I have seen, like literally all I know about it is like the few matches that we watched together on like we watched like the one finals against the Pendulum deck back in the day. Like that's like my only thing that I really know. We've read the cards, but like when it comes to Ishizu tier, I'm kind of in the boat of I'd rather start playing that deck later than earlier. It's like. But I do think, just to bring it back to the YCS this weekend, which doesn't have Ishizu yet. I think this weekend, if someone actually makes the effort to go ahead and make adjustments to the Runic Sprite list that I played at Utrecht to prepare it for the upcoming format, I don't see why it wouldn't be at least a very strong deck, maybe even the best. Because it could genuinely be. I don't think this deck is out of the meta at all before Ishizu. Mind showing how the rarities look on Omega? What do you mean like this right here? Will there be a feature match and a stream for Minneapolis? There will be a stream for Minneapolis, yeah. And I will also I'll be live and stream it on the weekend. Ghost Elf kinda nice. I mean the effects don't look so bad. They look kinda good. I want to say almost better than Master Duel. Almost better than Master Duel rarity effects, honestly. Honestly, almost better than Master Duel. Probably is better. Omega is awesome when you get used to it. Yeah, unfortunately, the journey for me to get used to it is probably not happening. I like DB for just the simplicity of it. But no, I think Runic Sprite definitely has a place in this upcoming meta. I'm sure we'll see it at Minneapolis. Would you want to fit Soul Scissor in Life Twin Sprite 2? I don't honestly know if I would play Life Twin Sprite. I don't know if I would commit to Life Twin Sprite in this upcoming format. It feels like you can play Pure Sprite again instead of Life Twin now with Sprint. I feel like Sprint covers that problem that we had with Pure Sprite in this last metagame. Like the only reason why Pure Sprite wasn't as powerful was because without Ronin Toden, you were missing a couple of bodies, and that led to you having not as impactful or not as powerful of an end board, right? You would just not have a good end board in Pure Sprites off of just like your normal 2-card combos. It would just be like, if you wanted to go for Toad, it would have to be only Elf Toad, nothing else, right? Now, the combos that previously would make Elf Toad, now I think they make Elf Toad Sprint for free, because like Sprint needs 2 monsters to make, and he sends Angler, which summons 2 monsters back. So basically, Sprint is just free. Sprint is just free real estate on the board, right? You just get it for free. And so I think that makes Pure Sprite like quote unquote powerful enough again to be considered, I think. Also, cards like Bestial and Fenrir, I think are a decent buff for Pure Sprite because they just give you bigger bodies. Can you look at the Pendulum stuff? I mean, if someone has a deck list for the Pendulum stuff, I'd be down to look at it for like, but it would need to be one of those things that I can import in Omega. If you have one of those, like the codes that someone posted earlier. Iblilock? Iblilock is interesting. I think Iblilock is interesting. My problem with Iblilock, as always, is what do you do if you draw Ibli? It is so bad to draw Ibli in every version of Sprite. I haven't seen a good solution to it. Griff uploaded a combo tutorial for pendulums. Okay. Okay. Let's see it. Okay. Link me the good stuff. Infinite negates. If it's not infinite negates, I'll be disappointed. Is that time of the day, yeah. Best Draco Slayer combo tutorial all Pent lovers must watch.
Try to figure out where your most passionate about.
Who said pens are dead?
And what
Stick to the game plan.
Game plan.
3 electrons, firewall in the middle. Exodia. 4 negates, 5 negates, 6 negates, 7 negates every turn.
You should give it your all the time. You have to work really hard if you want to get anywhere with whatever you do. If you work hard.
43 Draco Slayer combos. Patch on me? No problem. The greatest pendulum in history. Draco Slayers. If you think pendulums are dead, watch this video. It'll change your life. It's time for Draco Slayers to take over the meta. Draco Slayer combo tutorial. Today, I show you guys my 2 favorites. Let's go! "48 hours only for the special release of Draco Slayers. You cannot release a Draco Slayer video without a brand new Draco Slayer playmat! I commissioned my artist. I'm like, I'll pay you double. I want you to make this the greatest artwork in history, the greatest playmat in the history of Truth Gaming. The Draco Slayer playmat! Let's go! Get your Draco Slayer playmats right here, right now.
Isn't that Gigantic Sprite? Why is Gigantic Sprite on the Draco Slayer playmat?
For 48 hours. Look how sexy they are. This is all the Draco Slayers Shaman King style, baby. I also want to give a big shout out to the artist, Marcos Oliveira from Midnight Dreams. Absolutely epic artist. It's my favorite artist. Big shout out to him. And let's get straight into this video. Before we do as well, make sure to smash the subscribe button, guys. And smash the like button, because if we hit 1,000 likes, deck profile tomorrow. Let's go. First, we're gonna show you guys this version, and then it's only a 2-card combo. So now pendulums with these new Draco Slayers, the best thing about them is that they're all 2-card combos. Absolutely broken. So I want you guys to pay close attention to this, okay? This is the #1 Draco Slayer combo, and it's gonna blow your mind. So all you need for this one is just Bambuku and Ignis, but it could also be like anything. This is just a 2-card combo, something to discard for Majesty. So here the idea is you want to make Beyond the Pendulum. You want to make Beyond the Pendulum, and you have 1 extender in the deck. All the Draco Slayers are extended if you draw multiple. But Mbuku's able to get the Pegasus, which is absolutely broken. And then here we're going to just set up a Pendulum Summon. We're going to pen. And here we're going to make Ignister. Ignister, the beauty of this is that it can summon out Majesty from the deck. This is very important in your combo, okay? So anything you do, you must find a way to pen summon or special summon Majesty Pegasus via a Draco Slayer effect. The beauty of Ignister is that it can special it from the deck. So Ignister is a massive part of the deck, and the only fail spell you need is Sky Iris. Because Sky Iris will get Revolution Dragon. For those who don't know, Revolution Dragon can actually summon Ignister from the graveyard, and Ignister's not one per turn, baby! Ah! Literally best deck in the game. So here we're going to go into Selene. Then we're going to go into Ignister. Now this is going to blow your guys' mind, okay? You could have all these broken cards in the deck. But if your end board is not like broken, what's the point of having all these broken cards? So I want you guys to see this crazy combo and how this works. So here, Ignister will be used the 2nd time. We're going to use Ignister like 3-4 times in this combo. It's absurd. And here we're going to make Magister Paladin to get a Spellcaster in the graveyard to special back with Selene. And to get a follow-up and to special summon from the extra deck. So multi-purpose. Here we're going to go into Dynaster. We're going to add this back because of the effect of Dynamite. Look at this beautiful playmat, guys. You guys are gonna get this play. Like, literally, we're using all the beautiful OG Ignister with Luster. We're using Dynaster.
Middle of the combo, bro.
It's so beautiful. Literally, best in the game. Available only 24 hours. So get yours right now. 200 only in stock. Like, this is literally there's no greater flex than Yu-Gi-Oh! Than utilizing.
Yeah, you're gonna add that card with
this.
You're gonna summon that with the Ignister Prominence. You're gonna make Dynamite, and then you look at that playmat.
Elder Entity Entes the real way. We actually special summon it with its own effect. Why? You might be wondering why. Oh, coming soon, baby. Coming soon. We're going to now use a Revolution Dragon special Ignister. And then we're going to use Selene to bring up this. And then summon this. Make our
Oh my god, dude.
Yo, it gets even better. Ignister.
We must protect Triff at all costs. We cannot lose him in the community. We cannot.
Then we're going to make Dweller. Okay? And then we're going to pass. And then we're going to make Harbinger as well. Okay, this is a 2-card combo. And now you're going to think to yourself, yo, Triff, you have Artifact Scythe. Cool, bro. Cool. What the fuck? Cool. But here's where it gets crazy. On their turn on the draw phase, to play around Dark Ruler, you use Abyss Dweller's effect, detaching the Elder Entity Entes to pop the Scythe in the draw phase. Nice Dark Ruler, baby. Ha ha. Triggering the Scythe. Oh, would you like to DD Crow? Apollosa. Would you like to Call by the Grave? Hope Harbinger. And Yonder Dweller. Yonder Dweller and Scythe. And Apollosa and Harbinger. This is a 2-card combo, and you have a follow-up in your hand of Scales. This is fucking insane. I want to give a massive shout out right now to Jib and Lund, who actually created the entire 43 combo Draco Slayer spreadsheet. And I gotta show them some love because it is absolutely incredible and it took so much time for them to do this. This is one of the 43 combos. And they also have 40 combos from other cards from Darkwing Blast, like Black Wings and new tier limit combos, stuff like that. So I want to take some time right now to shout out their spreadsheet. For a limited time only, I'm going to add it to my website so you guys can purchase it for them. All proceeds go to them for creating it. I had nothing to do with the spreadsheet. This is all them. So make sure to go check it out. It's for a discounted price of $19.99. So you can get that, where you get access to about 100 combos, as well as 10 deck lists from Dabble, everything from Darkwing Blast. Huge shout out to Jib and Lund. You can also check out Jib's Twitch channel down in the description because it took them a lot of time to make this. And now I'm going to show you guys the second combo. The second combo is still a 2-card combo. This time utilizing Bunbuku and Luster Pendulum. So you don't need Bunbuku. You could use any other Draco Slayer. It's the same result. But just to show you guys how the combo will go here. So you're going to use Luster here and get Dynamite. Look, there's all these free pluses. Now, there's so many different ways to do this combo. Here, as you guys see, we're going to use the Pendulum to search Gilding Ariadne. So when you play post side deck, you want to side into stuff to play around Dark Ruler or Super Poly or whatever you want to play around. So Ariadne is the best card in this deck because Beyond the Pendulum searches it. And because this deck has searches Sky Iris, you actually search out your Solemn Judgment every single fucking turn. So going first, when you side into this, you know, people side into Summon Limit or whatever you want to side into, I don't know, like Floodgates going first. You actually search a counter trap. So in doing so, you play around all sorts of shit your opponent might have post side deck, like spell cards, and you still end on an unbreakable board here of Apollosa, Masquerena, Scolding, and Baguska. And the second they try and out the Baguska, in whatever way they have to stop the Baguska, you just Solemn Scolding it, or Solemn Judgment, or whatever. Those are my two favorite combos of this deck, showcasing how absolutely insane they are.
Well, first of all, that was not unbreakable at all. Like, that's like it's not bad, but it's not unbreakable. Like, Runix will beat this. Runix will beat this straight up, pretty much every time. But like I'm also not seeing any combos so far, and this is like not to mock any of the Pendulum combos. I genuinely don't know if this deck can play through Nibiru. It doesn't feel like it does. It doesn't feel like it does, and I feel like, I don't know, ever since Nibiru has come out, I don't think we've ever had a deck that was really considered top meta when it died to Nibiru, right? Like Salamangreat before Nibiru, great deck. After Nibiru, kind of a meme, right? Most decks like that. Most decks work like that. If they just like don't have a way to beat Nibiru, they kind of can't be top meta ever. Daysig, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate you. Welcome back. D-Link was top 2. Yeah, but D-Link had ways to play through Nibiru, right? D-Link would have lines where you could make Hieratic Seal and then still trigger it after you get nibbed, and then you would still have somewhat of a board or whatever, right? And this deck, I don't see a way how this deck plays through Nibiru, Lava Golem, Sphere Mode. And all three of those cards are really prevalent right now. And so is Evenly, right? And like Evenly, you can search counter traps. You can probably put up a negate for Evenly, but then it just means you lose to like Evenly plus one other card, right? I think from what I'm seeing here, and also the kind of impression that I have, unfortunately, I think Pendulum, without having looked into it a whole lot deeper, right? But I think Pendulum will still be in the same boat that it was before, just a little bit better overall, but not good enough. I think it's still in the same boat of, if this deck goes second, I don't think it can win against most meta decks, right? Because it simply won't be able to play as much non-engine. I haven't seen many Pendulum decks that ever played like more than 3 or 6 non-engine cards. I don't know. And then going first, it still loses to the good old, the same stuff, right? What deck doesn't lose to Evenly plus one card? There's like a billion decks that don't lose to Evenly plus one card. It's like, that is not an argument. This one can, because it's 2 to 3 card combos. Yes, but like if your opponent knows, I'm pretty sure if your opponent knows where to interrupt, you can like, you can probably stop most of those things with 2 or 3 interruptions, which every deck puts up 2 or 3 interruptions. If you know the key points where to disrupt, I'm pretty sure it's not that good. Do you have anything to say about D-Link after Bestial support? Not yet. Not yet. I mean, it's like the Bestial cards are a good support, definitely, for Dragon Link, but I don't know if that elevates it over the other stuff in the game right now. The Dragon Link is really bad without Ruler. Trishula has some combo videos for D-Link. I guess I'm down to look at some more stuff like that. That was actually it was actually interesting. It was actually interesting to see what roughly they do. Bisted is completely busted.
What's up, guys? Mike Thomas, aka the Young Trishula here. Today, I want to talk about the future of Dragon Link. As many of you know, the TCG recently received an update to the Forbidden and Limited list that severely hit a number of critical pieces of the Dragon Link engine. And recently, I dropped a video of some combos that the deck will be capable of following the release of Darkwing Blast. And in that video, I promised to provide a combo tutorial for the most powerful and
do you think the price of Bisted Lubellion will rise or be lowered tomorrow? I don't know. What is it at right now?
board that I have found so far in the deck if that video reached 500 likes. Once again, you guys have crushed that goal within the first 24 hours. So once again, I'm back with my chat. They're here. I've finally figured out where to point to show off what this deck is capable of. As always, be sure to like and subscribe. If you do enjoy this kind of content, it really does help me out a lot and lets me know to keep making more. Also, if you're looking to get better at the game and want to support me, I do offer coaching sessions through Metafy. I love helping people get better at the game, and I know from personal experience, but sometimes the best way to do so is through a one-on-one approach. I recently found out that I'm within the top 15% of coaches on their platform, so definitely check me out on there if you think that is something you might be interested in. Anyway, without wasting any more of your time, let's get into it. So where we left off was this was the end board that I had teased in the prior video, being a Seal, a Savage, a Borland, and the obvious IP into Unicorn with the potential for up to 4 cards before you start your next turn. For a little bit of background as to what this end board is, Chat and I were just messing around and just trying to figure out what this deck was capable of at its best potential. So I was just drawing random combinations of cards and testing them together.
Oh,
and
because
I came up
Lubellion
with this
tributes,
off of
right,
fishbowling
to
a
summon
3-card combo.
itself.
So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to refresh this, and you guys can see exactly how I got to this end board. And then after that, I'm going to recreate this end board using a dedicated 3-card combo that will recreate this end board guaranteed. So the 3-card combination that I was just testing out when we stumbled into this end board was I was testing out what you might be able to do when you open Seifert, Lubellion, and a Bisted. This was building off of the earlier combo where you open
like
Seifert
a 3-card combo is already
Seifert
kind of
to
off-putting.
search the Magnamut. I wanted to see what would happen if I just already drew it. So to start things off, I used Bisted Lubellion to search the Sarnier. This gives me 2 Bisted names in my opening hand. And then I use the Seifert to go for Collapse Serpent, summoning it out and getting the Striker Dragon, adding Boot Sector. And then here, I'm skipping some steps because we were just testing things out for this replay. So, but as you can see, we went link up into the Striker Dragon, grab the Boot, search Wyver, summon Wyver, and then link those 2 off for Romulus. So if you're confused, that's just what we were doing there. And the whole idea for behind what I wanted to try was what would happen when we had 2 dragons plus 2 Bisteds. So 2 dragons, 2 Bisteds. I want to see what would happen. So we get to this state, and I summon out the Magnamut by banishing the Striker, and then the Magnamut is going to trigger here, and that's what this token is doing, is just reminding me that we get a search in our end phase. Then I summon out the Bisted.
Bro, I love Dragon Link, but Dragon Link turn 1 combos are just like the worst from all of them. Like, it's like Dragon Link to me is like the epitome of you take so long, dude, on your first turn. It's
and
so
here I play
annoying.
the Dragon Ravine, and I dump the Absol Router, get the Tracer, but then I have a little bit of a Brain Blast, and what I do is I actually course correct, and I say, let's try dumping Darkest Diabolus and see what happens instead if we summon Darkest Diabolus. So instead, I overlaid for the Heretic King of Entomb, detached the Sarnier, which would on detach send the rebranded, and then I summoned the Absol Router from my deck. I then linked off for Heretic Seals because I wanted to think about how this deck could potentially play through hand traps, and so I said, okay, we have extra material here, let's make a Heretic Seal, right? And obviously, we have the ability to make the Heretic Seal there because if we get Nibiru before making the Heretic Seal, it's going to trigger the Absol Router, right? So I tribute off the Absol Router for the Lubellion, and
LP
because
at
the
home!
Dark monster was tributed off of my field, I'm able to trigger the Darkest Diabolos, and then the Absol Router, because it was sent to the graveyard, gets me the Rocket Tracer. I then can special Tracer from my hands by popping Boots, and then I do overlay here, but I think I correct this later, just like as I was going through the line. You should then use the Vista Lubellion to activate Branded Beast from your deck, but I overlaid those two for the Zombie Vampire. Yep, so there's the Branded Beast that I just forgot to activate before I put this on the field. And then the Zombie Vampire, I activate its effect and just detach, just so that we can see how RNG might affect this combo. Obviously, you don't have to go for Zombie Vampire here because you can use these two bodies to link off into something anyway. And then we milled a Red MD. And milling the Red MD was pretty huge because I summoned back the Red MD, that gets me one extra body.
So
I
it's
then
even
go for the
random.
Pisty, and I
It's
use
even
the Red MD to
random.
reborn, just freeing up some zones here. And then I made the Quad Boral. Pisty can get back any Dark Dragon, but I chose to summon back Safer because we just had an extra Dark Dragon on the field with the Red MD, but normally I feel like you'd probably summon back a Dark Dragon. And then I went for Delindrus, and then we summoned the IP Masquerena because we had two bodies still floating, and then I used the Quad Boral to pop the Delindrus, and that is going to build you up into a Boral End plus a Savage because you're going to have the Delindrus coming back plus two bodies, so you'd link off the Quad Boral plus the Delindrus. Yep, and that's just me correcting the board state. As you can see, this combo was very much just me playing off the cuff. This wasn't me creating a specific combo path, but the Quad Boral pop Delindrus is always going to be Savage plus Boral End, so I just get those two cards out, put them on the board. And then I used the Safer because we hadn't used the Safer add back in the graveyard, grab back the Chaos Emperor, so we could have Chaos Emperor added back, anything from here. We could have
So,
whatever, but then
no matter what you do, no matter what you do, if you're playing any tournament in Darkwing Blast format before Ishizu cards come out or after, do not summon Zombie Vampire. do not summon Zombie Vampire, please. Please, for the love of God, do not do that. This man said 3-card guaranteed combo and milled Chaos Emperor and Red Eye Stuck and Metal Dragon. Yeah, I mean, I do think it's like okay for Dragon Link to be kind of that deck that like doesn't have a standard combo, but is kind of just like you just like wing it. You just like start play and see how it goes. That's kind of a Dragon Link thing. I think that's okay. But like. I think, yeah, I don't know exactly why, like, to me it feels like the Bisted cards have almost as much synergy with Dragon Link as they have with everything else, because, like, yeah, they can add any dragon, but that only matters going second for Magnamut, and, like, for going first combos, they seem just like any regular Dragon Extender and not that much else. And like for every other deck, it's like you use these cards mainly to interrupt other decks, not because they are so much not because they're so synergistic with your own deck. That's not really necessary for them, right? Because simply the cards have so much synergy with themselves, right? I can play a 3 Magnamut, 1 Druis Worm, and that's such a synergistic piece of engine anyways, that it doesn't really matter that they don't need further synergy to be good. And that's why I'm saying it's like the bestial cards kind of help out almost every single deck in the same fashion, right? And not buff Dragon Link above everything else. Like, yeah, of course, Dragon Link gets better. Dragon Link gets better with the bestial cards, but everything else does too, right? Because Darkwing Blast is just like a very powerful set that makes every deck better. Like, every deck gets better by adding bestial cards. Every deck gets better by adding Fenrir, or with like very few exceptions. So like, why would a deck that wasn't better than the other decks before suddenly be elevated above everything else? Especially because the Bisted cards aren't even, like, they are also particularly, I think they are strong against Dragon Link, because you'll always give your opponents targets, and you'll even give your opponent valuable targets. And so, I don't know. I don't know if it's an argument to play Dragon Link. I think, if anything, I've seen some interesting takes on like bestial I've seen some interesting takes on bestial like pure bestial or whatever. I don't know if anyone remembers the link to the, or has the link to the pure bestial deck that was played in the OCG for a while. But someone also just sent over this one, which I have not. You know. Strong turn 1. What the hell do these cards do? I'm watching and I don't know what they do. Oh. Naturia and Jaw. When your opponent special summons a monster, you can special summon a level 3 or lower Naturia monster from your deck. Now, brother in Christ, why on earth do you keep special summoning into Naturia and Jaw when you have a runic flashing fire in hand? Nah, this is already cursed. Send Swap Rock with Sprint. What the hell is the point of that? I'm so confused. What the hell are you doing to my Sprite Runic deck? Oh my god, that's disgraceful. Shotgun freezing curses. I'm so confused. This game should have been over like 10 minutes ago. The Naturia player should have no cards left right now. Like literally 0. He should be on 0 cards. Yeah, this is irrelevant. I'm pretty sure that Naturia Sprite Bisted is not gonna be the call with main deck evenly and alpha. I don't think that's the best. Alpha is a good card. Alpha is a good card. I don't hate alpha. But yeah. My god. How do you just like not read runic cards? Naturia Ishizu is somewhat playable. I know. We'll see about that once it comes out. Okay. Mod check. Mod check. Nope. Will you go to the regional in Wiesbaden on the 5th of November? I haven't planned on it yet, but maybe. It's not that far from me. It's not that far from me. One deck. How did they play Pure Bisted again in the OCG? 1 second. That was Road of the King. It's probably a while ago, right? It probably takes me forever to find that. There is 6.5% Bisted. Is there a list? What is that? What is Bist? Is this Pure Bisted? Is like Pure Bisted part of their metagame? Oh, they play Kashtira. They do play Kashtira. That's interesting. Is the Dragon Mates mostly? Okay, does anyone have like a link to one of the reports where that's included? Yeah, Kashtira is post Photon Hypernova. I know. Asia Cup final. This one? Ishizu Tournament got first, and second place was Bestial Dragonmaid. Bestial Dragonmaid. So we play 3 Lubellion, 3 Magnamud, 2 and 2 of the other ones, 3 Fenrir. See, they don't seem to care. They don't seem to care that Fenrir, like, I mean, here we're playing a very heavy Bestial engine. I feel like in a very, very heavy Bestial package, like a deck with heavy Bestial package, why is Fenrir good? Because, like, if we go second, aren't we trying to resolve Bestial monsters so we cannot use Fenrir? The meta there is slower than a turtle? Is it so slow? It is? Oh, you just don't draw Fenrir when you open a Bestial. Okay, I see. Next play has a video with Dragonmaid Bestial? Okay, link it. Link it, I'm down. Which one is it? This one?
皆さんこんにちは。ネクストプリンのしのです。今回は8月17日、特殊召喚成功時に効果発動しますが、ベーラーを食らってしまってチェーンはなし。
Oh, nice! They got max seed. Fun.
発動し、ペルレイノをサーチして、そのままペルレイノを発動。そして発動時の効果処理で、デッキからハウフニスを手札に加えてます。で、その後、スクリームを発動し、メイン終了エンドフェイスで、 インスタントフュージョンの効果によってキトカラスは墓地を送られますが、このタイミングでキトカラスの効果を発動することができるんですが、発動していないですね。これはまあ発動できるっていうことを知らなかったぐらいしかこうデメリットはあまりないので、まあ、おそらく発動するのを知らなかったんじゃないかなと思いますね。
They didn't mill with Kid Kalos. Why not?
強欲で金満な壺を6枚除外でチェーンはなく2ドロー。その後福楽院を発動。これによってターン終了と。
They were under maxi. Yeah, but you can still see what you mill. Maybe you hit like a Tearlament Sulliak and you get a free card.
まずは
Oh no.
通常召喚し、成功時にスクリームの効果3枚
See? They would have.
から墓地に落としていきます。墓地に落ちたサリークの効果チェーン1、チェーン2でケルベクの効果を発動。で、チェーンはなく、お互いのデッキの上5枚を墓地に。
Okay, now we start gambling. I see.
その後、
This is the where the gambling portion of the stream starts.
デッキからハウフニスを手札に加えて、その後、墓地に落ちたハウフニスの効果発動しますが、チェーンで、ここはサロニールの効果発動。対象がハウフニスにチェーンして手札からケルベクじゃない、ケルドーと思考を墓地に送って発動を無効にしますが、それにさらにチェーンにしてマグナムートの効果発動で、対象がハウフニスですが、それに対してチェーンでケルドー効果、対象がハウフニスで、これでハウフニスはデッキに戻り、マグナムートは特殊召喚できず、サロニールは破壊され墓地を送られ、墓地を送られたサロニールの効果
Where did the Magnamut?
マグナムートをデッキから
Where did the Magnamut go? How did they prevent the Magnamut from coming down? Because they heralded one of them. They have double herald. Isn't herald limited?
スタンバイメインフェーズ入って、まずはマグナムートの効果発動で、対象がキトカラス
Oh, Magnamut missed the target. Okay.
し、このタイ
They
ミング
need to banish to summon themselves. Yeah.
にチェーンしてティアラメンツ側がスクリーム発動で、ドラゴンメイド側フクラックインを発動できたはずなんですが、まあ、金券を持ってるからドロー効果使ってないですね。で、スクリームで落ちたシェイレーンの効果発動にチェーンはなく、シェイレーンとレインハート2体でキトカロスが融合召喚され、このタイミングでクラックインの効果対象がチェーン1で、対象がドルイドブルム、チェーン2キトカロス、チェーン3ペルレイノで、チェーンで雪ウサギ、これにさらにチェーンしてムドラ発動で、対象がフクラックインで対象に取った。
Yeah, I'm really impressed by the Dragon Mate plays that are happening. So much that I am going to speed it up a little bit.
で、その後、ドラゴンメイド側、メインフェイズ続けて、キーマンでゲートのツボですね。これを打ちたかったから、フクラックインのドロー効果は使えなかったって感じですね。で、3枚除外して発動。で、加えるのがドルイドブルム。で、処理後、もうなしで、墓地からルベリオンを特殊召喚、マグナムートを墓地に送って特殊召喚し、ルベリオンの効果発動にチェーンしてテラメンツ側手札からハーフニスの効果発動で、特殊召喚し3枚墓地に送って、使ってないのがメイルだけですね。
We never miss, bro. We never miss.
で、その後、メイルの効果発動にチェーンしてドルイドブルム発動。除外し特殊召喚。これでメイン終了が特別で、ドルイドブルムでキトカロスにアタックし、ルベリオンでハーフニスに対してアタックしてるんですけど、これはもうスクリームの効果の適用中なので500ポイントダウンしてたはずなんですが、ティアラメンツ側がスクリームの効果を勘違いしていて、後から出てきたモンスターは500ダウンされないってことをドラゴンメイド側に伝えてしまっていたため、これは500ダウンしてない、適用されてない状態で試合が進行してますね。で、その後、天気を作って、エンドリーズでティアラメンツ側のターンに当たって、レインハート効果、チェーン1、チェーン2、スクリームにチェーンして、天球の効果発動で、対象がスクリーム。スクリームが手札に戻り
It bounced Scream
で、シェイレーンが墓地に送られ、強制効果チェーン
with Sphere.
にチェーンで、ドラゴンメイド側の手札からドルイドブルム効果発動、対象がシェイレーン、除外されて、で、その後、天球の効果によって出てきたマグナムートの効果が発動し、その後、楽園の獣の効果によってドルイドブルムを墓地に送って、レインハートを破壊。そして、レインハートの効果発動にチェーンして、増殖する G が発動されてしまい、チェーンはなし。で、手札からスクリームを墓地に送って、レインハートが特殊召喚。
This deck's a stun for team. I do think pure Bisted has its merit. Like, I mean, what we're seeing here is just pure Bisted. There's like not much Dragon Maid stuff going on at all. It's probably just, the idea is honestly probably you just play pure Bisted and this deck doesn't have a normal summon, so you just play the Dragon Maid that searches you a trap card, and then that's also a good target for a Heraldic Seal. Just so you can like, because bouncing your Bisteds with tidying is like pretty nice, right? Because you just like use special Magnamute, banish something, and you can bounce it for like recurrence and summon it again on the next turn. It's quite good in terms of that. It seems like a deck that can actually win the grind game against tier elements. But I don't know how good it is in like other matchups. Like against Sprite, I don't feel like this would be that scary. But yeah, I mean, you just like try to set up your continuous brandeds, the branded stuff. Yeah. Oh yes. At least Ishizu tier still having the same opener to an impermanence as in the TCG. Still like Kid Kalos pass. Wait, isn't Herald limited? Oh, this is before ban list, I probably. It's before ban list. I don't know if it's just because we're watching if we're just watching Tearlament against anti-Tearlament, that's why it's so slow. But like for the most part, it doesn't seem like that crazy bad, but yeah, there was not much Dragon Maid stuff going on. Like, okay, he made a shoe. He made a shoe in the last game. But that's about it. How do you stay motivated when you've already achieved what most players would only dream of? Because I have my own dreams. I do have my own dreams. I do not dream the dreams of other people. Winning Worlds? I mean, winning Worlds is like one of my dreams, but it's something that is very hard to do, so we'll see if I can ever do it. I'll work for it, but we'll see. Yeah, 1,000 rating on DB, for example. That's like something, it's like, it's far away, but maybe one day we can reach it, right? That's what I'm saying, right? You want the most YCN wins ever, right? I mean, what kind of question is that? Yeah, like, no, I don't want that. No, that would be terrible. That would be terrible if that happened. Like, not. Please, I don't want that to happen. Winning back-to-back? I mean, back-to-back is crazy. Back-to-back is crazy. If like, I mean, I'm gonna try and I get a chance at Dortmund. We'll see. What's the most YCS wins by a player? I think Billy has 4 and Andres might have 5. Also, I'm not sure if it's all YCSs. Maybe Andres only has 4 YCSs. Only, but like, yeah. Torres has 5, yeah. 4 and 1 UDS. Okay, so YCSs, it's the most is 4. Okay. Not that far off. come to Japan and play Next Play. What is Next Play? Is this like a local store or whatever? Like But this was not the pure Bisted deck that I was referring to. I saw a pure Bisted. I guess we could spend some time on that. Bestial. So if I were to build a pure Bisted deck, I would be playing probably one of each of these, and then we would play. This one is not out yet. We would probably try the 2 and 2. Do we play Albalos? What is Albalos again? Must be special summoned from hand or grave by tributing 2 bestial monsters, but this card summoned this way is in the monster zone. Negate the effects of all face-up ritual, fusion, synchro, XYZ on the field. If this face-up card in its owner's control leaves the field because of an opponent's card effect, you can banish all face-down cards in the extra deck face up until your opponent's end phase. Too resource heavy? Maybe. Okay, and how do these spells work again? Lubellion gets them in the end phase, right? Lubellion is like, during the main phase, you can place 1 branded continuous from your deck face up on your field. So, regained. But the trap, one of them got the thing during the end phase, right? This is the one. Tribute a dragon monster, target the party opponent's control, destroy it. During the end phase, you can target a branded continuous in your grave, place it face up. And you would send that with this guy. That was the one that did that, right? You can send the bestial or branded spell trap from your deck to grave. Okay, yeah. My problem when I'm looking at this shell, because I think it is a solid shell, these things, but you need to pair it with something. I don't think like pure bestial is a thing, because how does this deck get started when you go first? Right? How does this deck get started if you go first? Playing Albion in the main deck? Albion is cool. That's why OCG used Dragon Mates. But like, how does Dragon Mate really gets you stuff to the graveyard? If I have like only Chamber, do I have to go link 1 Almirage or something like that? That seems weird. OCG also played Branded. Yeah, Branded doesn't seem... Branded Bestial doesn't seem like a bad idea, honestly. But what kind of Branded are we talking? Are we talking like we go full-on Branded Fusion, Albaz, Branded in red stuff? Or is it just more like a smaller thingy? Branded. One topped a week ago. Branded Fusion is semi-limited, right? Branded Fusion is semi-limited, right? Yeah, okay. I was about to pop off. Is opening also limited? Yeah. Okay. It doesn't look unreasonable. It doesn't actually play... They don't actually play Branded in red, which I think is a good decision, probably. Because Branded in red in an environment where everyone is going to be playing bestial monsters doesn't seem that powerful. I'd say. So yeah, I don't hate this approach, I think. I don't hate this approach. How is that better than rushing seals plus tidying? I mean, but like, how do you rush seals? Just like normal chamber, link it off into Striker Dragon, summon a Bestial, make seal pass? Is that like Parlor plus Chamber are one card? How is it? Wait, how is it one card? You mill tidying? But how do you... Wait, no, wait, 1 sec. What? Dragon Maid. Chamber Dragon Maid. If this costs normal spell summon, you can add a Dragon Maid spell trap from your deck to your hand. Okay, so yeah. Oh, but okay, then we don't have tidying. We don't have tidying if we search hospitality. So how is a chamber a 1-card seal plus tidying? Or are they 1-card tidying? Or are they only 1-card seal? They are 1-card seals, okay. I mean, that isn't bad. That isn't bad, but like, how? I mean, on the one hand, like, that's good, but like, how is that better? How is that better than making a Mirror Jade and everything? Is like my counter question. It's like, yeah, that's all right, but is that better than jamming like a Branded Fusion onto the field? Like, surely. Toad Goat, thank you for the gift subs. I appreciate it. Thank you for your continued support of the channel. Thank you so much. Getting us closer to the next sub. My God, whenever I look over at that sub number, thank you guys so much. I feel like when we're talking about a normal summon, Aluber beats Dragon Maid. I feel like by a long shot. I mean, like in the OCG maybe not, because you only have 2 Branded Fusion and 1 opening, so you can't play like the really broken ratios. But like in the TCG, being able to just like jam pack this deck with like incredible cards like Aluber, Branded Fusion, opening, feels pretty good. That feels pretty good. That might be the best way to play it. And why were they playing 2 Branded Beast? Why is it 2 Branded Beast? Beast plays Beast on the field? Oh. And the disruption effect is not once per turn. I mean, not hard once per turn. Okay. We probably want this guy. We probably want one of this, simply that we just get free stuff. And then Branded Retribution is also not bad, I think. I don't know, you don't want to play too many of these, but we also need Albaz as a 1 or 2 of. I mean, that's already like already like a solid-ish thing, a solid-ish like baseline. I don't know. I'm confused. I'm really confused about putting Fenrir and Bistits into every single deck. Like, is it genuinely, am I missing something? Or are they genuinely like, I don't care if I draw Bistits going second, I'm just gonna like accept that my Fenrir is dead? Or do they have like a plan to clear their own field? Something that I'm missing. Tribute summon Fenrir. It takes 2 tributes. There's no way that's worth it. Lubellion can also place Branded Lost. Yes, but I don't really see what that does. Like, placing Branded Lost isn't the biggest thing in the world because it doesn't even stop Ash Blossom. Ash Blossom isn't stopped by Branded Lost because that'd be the only thing that I would maybe think about. Fenrir is better in the OCG because of how their triggers work. You can use it on the same chain link. Yes, but it's still going to be good for us. And it doesn't really explain... Because like a Fenrir in hand that you cannot summon because your board is full, it doesn't matter if it's a trigger or a quick effect. Like it's completely irrelevant. If it's in your hand, you can't use it. Also, apparently it's just not true what you're saying. I don't know whether... I don't know why I said yes. I don't know why I said yes. It might not be true. I don't know. You can play Branded in High Spirits to pitch Alba and search Albion. Yeah, but like... I don't know. I don't think I want to play Branded in High Spirits in this. Fenrir still chains here? No, Fenrir doesn't chain for us, Jordan. Fenrir's the new chain, I think. Isn't it? Isn't that what we've been talking about earlier? I thought it started a new chain. Yeah, it's a new chain. It's like Fountain. Would Chaos Space be good in this version? You don't have a lot of good sense, but having access to Lubellion seems very important. Does it? Is it that important to have Lubellion? Or, I mean, you can send it if you really want to. If you really want to have it, you can send it with Branded Fusion to make Albion. You have Magnamut that can search it. I don't think that's like the biggest problem. I don't think you would ever play Chaos Space just to find Lubellion. Chaos Space gives you a way to make your Bistits live as well. I mean, you have... We'll see how much of an issue that is, but I feel like you have ways to do that already. You don't need to play so many Bestial cards, I think. Maybe. You could get away with less, potentially, but I think they are solid. What else is missing? What were they using? Just hand traps and non-engine at this point. It's just hand traps and non-engine that are missing. Apparently this deck plays... Apparently this deck can use Prosperity well, so I'm just gonna... We have like 3 Prosperity. For consistency. Why not Foolish Burial for Tragedy? I mean, Foolish Burial for Tragedy is like... Foolish Burial for Tragedy is like, okay. It is also, it's kind of cool. These banish for effect, right? So if you have tragedy in the graveyard, you can like banish your own tragedy and search another Aluber for follow-up. Quite interesting. Add Cartesia. What's the point of Cartesia? What is the point of Cartesia? Bomberman, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. Thank you. Cartesia. If you control Fallon of Albas on your grave, spare summons card from your hand during the main phase, you can fusion summon one level 8 or higher fusion monster from your extra deck using monsters from your hand or field as material. During the end phase, if a fusion monster was sent to the graveyard this turn, you can add this card from your graveyard back to hand. It is a good card. It's a good card. I don't know if you would put it into this deck, though. If Cartesia could make Chimera, it would be an actual god card. I mean, yeah, it'd be insane if you could... I mean, you can make Chimera, you just can't use the effect. I mean, yeah, you said that, yeah. I mean, it's like... It would be absurd. It would be absurd if you could do that. I mean, yeah, okay, being able to summon this, it has solid synergy with the Bisteds in the way that they are level 6, and making a Baron is powerful. Baron is a very powerful card. I am a little bit worried about getting started in this deck, right? Getting started when we go first, if we, like, let's say we don't have a branded fusion, or let's say our branded fusion gets ashed. How do we, you know, what's going on? What's going on? What are we doing? What are we doing in that case? How do we, like, get stuff into the graveyard to make plays with the Bisteds? And even if we do, I'm having trouble. I'm having trouble to be like, to find plays with Bisted cards, or Bestial cards, I should say, when we don't have, when we're not playing into our opponent. Right? Like, going second or against Tearlaments, it's like obviously really easy to find good spots for your Bestial cards. But what if we go first? What do we achieve with the Bestials? Do we try to keep them in hand in case our opponent is playing Tearlaments? Do we just try to make a Despia board? Like, can we, like, do we try to keep all of them in hand and just, like, wait for our opponent to play into us? Or is there any proactive stuff? Just go second? I'm not sure. Like, because going you could blind second. You could blind second. But I don't know if you want to. It's like blinding second only because your deck has a couple of glorified DD Crows. I don't know if that's enough reason. Also, what happens if your opponent doesn't play Dead Tearlaments? Like, if you blind second with this and your opponent just plays, like, a deck that doesn't have light or darks, you're kind of screwed. Even if it's just, like, a deck that has light or darks, but doesn't care about them being banished. Like, Sprite, for example, is, like, not very good against Sprite. Plunder. Oh my god, imagine... Oh my god, imagine playing a Bestial deck and queuing up into Flunder. Oh man, Flunder is just the bane of everyone's existence right now. It's crazy how everyone goes into tournaments being like, oh my god, I don't want to face Flunder. But not because it's actually good, just because it's so fucking annoying. So going first, what can we actually do with the Bestial cards that's, like, worth doing? How do we even set up? Like, how do we find the setup for Branded Regained and Branded Beast on the first turn? Like, is there, like, a standard combo that I can do to get me to these cards? Because, like, Bestial Lubellion is, like, during your main phase, you can place it from the deck face up. So it's just Lubellion, right? Lubellion alone will do it, right? If I if I can summon it back. You can send Lubellion with fusion, yeah. So like, Albaz. Let me quickly jam together an extra deck just so I can like do some. So let's say I have branded fusion. This. Now it's like, it's a little weird, isn't it? You summon Lubellion? But how do I get Lubellion in the grave then? Wait, you can tribute Albion for this? Oh, I thought it was just Bistits you contribute. Okay, no, that makes a lot more sense. Okay. That makes a lot more sense. Let's just try to find. Oh, I can't really prosperity in this version. I've just found out. Okay, we found branded fusion in 3 clutch. I just want to see. I want to see just branded fusion. How that works. Okay, so we make this. Do we activate the effect even? Like, assuming we have no other cards in hand, we can't, right? Let's just take this not into. Let's just say we don't use it. Let's say we don't use it. We would put branded beast here. Well, no, actually, I don't think we would have. I think we would have put the spell, because in the end phase we get the branded beast anyways. I still think it's weird. I think it's weird. Oops, no, I didn't want to rematch. I feel like it's still a little weird to play no branded in red. Is that so ridiculous that I still want to play branded in red? Cause like Chimera is so broken. Sometimes you don't have the Despia in the graveyard, I guess. I guess if you have to branded fuse for Lubellion, you don't have Tragedy as an easy target. I play it, but I play 3 Tragedy. Banishment is also good, yeah. To be fair though, I don't really see how like such a big bestial engine really helps this deck. Like, okay, I can see Magnamut being strong. I can see Druis Worm being good going second. Saronir is like... Is there like a combo that needs Saronir? They should be one-ofs. I can see that. I can definitely see that. I could see it working like this. Why 2 of the trap? I think the idea behind 2 of the trap is that you activate one from your deck, and then you put the second one into the graveyard, and then you can, in the end phase, you can go Branded Beast, activate Branded Beast from the graveyard, and then you have 2 Branded Beast. And the first effect of, during the main phase, if you control a Bestial, you contribute a dragon, then target a card your opponent controls, destroy it. That's not hard once per turn, so you can use it twice. So I think that's fine. Thank you, Francesco. Appreciate it. That's 2 pops every turn. Yeah, I think it's strong. I think that's reasonable. You could still get away with only playing 1, to be honest. It's like kind of a win more scenario, I think, a little bit. It has something of a win more scenario where you can, like, you get that far where you get to your end phase, you have like a target in graveyard for it to set and all that. I think it would be okay to play 1. Because you can also just get yourself Branded Regained, which is also good, right? Because if a large down, you can target 1, place it once on bottom of the deck, draw a card. Once per turn, if your opponent normal or specials, you can target a Bestial, special summon. I like this card a lot. But having a second beast as an option is like cool, because it makes your board stronger. What's the app you're using? It's called YGO Omega. We're just using it because DB is down, which I think it still is. Yep. So how would this deck like go up to 40 cards in this next upcoming meta? I honestly think in a deck with so many Bestial cards, I am not inclined to play Fenrir. Maybe as a 2 of. Maybe 2 Fenrirs. Because it's like only really good when you go first. Isn't it? Thunder Dragon. I mean, Thunder Dragon actually does have some synergy with the Bestials. If you had a way to use the card in your hand, it actually wouldn't suck. But I don't see how we get value from the card in the hand, right? Maybe if we played like Edge Imp and Patchwork, then we could make use of the Thunder Dragons, right? That would be interesting. I don't hate that. Because Thunder Dragon is like... But yeah, Thunder Dragon is cool with the Bisteds, because you get like stuff into the graveyard immediately. And then if we can get value from the Thunder Dragons in hand, it would actually be very profitable. Right? Like if you can go... Like imagine a play where you go... Discard Thunder Dragon going second. Discard Thunder Dragon, add 2 more Thunder Dragons. Then you go like Edge Patchwork, add Poly and Chain. And then you go like summon a Bisted by banishing the Thunder Dragon, activate Poly, fuse away 2 Thunder Dragons from your hand. It's like you print so many cards. You print so many cards with that, right? Go into an untargetable Guardian Chimera by only using like monsters you got for free, pretty much. Chimera. Oh yeah, different names. Okay, we can only use 1 Thunder Dragon. Ah, that's a bummer. That makes it worse. Yeah, but you're right. You're right. I forgot for a second. So we would have to use 1 Thunder Dragon for Chimera, and then we would still have to find a way to use the other one. Which we have like... Sometimes we can discard for Albaz, we can discard for Opening, we can discard for Lubellion. It's like, there's ways. There's ways to use it. It's not the worst idea that I've heard. Of course, drawing like 2 of them would suck, but I've heard worse ideas. What do you think of Mannequin Cat for Invader of Darkness in Runic Sprite? I don't think Invader of Darkness is that good, because it's like... It counters... Of course it counters Runics, but like it can still be outed by the Sprite cards, so you still need to be able to use the sprites, and you can't really trigger it super early in terms of Mannequin Cat, right? It's like if they start with Hugin, you cannot use it. Like Thunder King is better. Thunder King is better. Thunder King was genius. Which Thunder King also just covers way more matchups than this. Chaos Hunter? No, Chaos Hunter is not good. Chaos Hunter is not good against Runic sprites, I believe. What does Thunder King do? The way we used Thunder King was basically... Why is there different artworks? Does it have a different text in the OCG? Anyways. The way we used Thunder King was... We make Mannequin Cat against Runic sprites. We make Mannequin Cat against Runic sprites, and then when they summon a sprite or Hugin, you simply activate Mannequin Cat, targeting that. In the case of Hugin, you can summon Ryo because it's a light monster. In the case of the sprite Blue or Jet, or any other sprite, you can summon Ryo because they are Thunder, right? So no matter what they special summon, you can summon Ryo. And because of how it works, is like they go special summon Blue, activate effect. You go chain Mannequin Cat, summon out the Ryo in response, right? And so they lose their search, and then you simply lock them out of the game, pretty much, right? Because they can't search after that. Can't they still draw? They can draw with the field spell, but like, what are they going to draw into? How do they break your field? They cannot really play, because as soon as they go for Gigantic, if you don't have an answer for Gigantic, you just tribute your Ryo to destroy it. Because Ryo also has that effect. Also, they can't search the field spell. They have to draw the field spell. This dies to Bisted cards too much. I think you have to pair it with Tear to have more lines of play. I think using Tearlament as a way to counter Bestial cards is not the most... is not the best of ideas, to be fair. Like, you could pair this with Tearlaments, but I don't think that is the reason you would want to do that. The whole Bestial archetype... The whole Bestial archetype is also, like, has solid synergy with, it has solid synergy with Adventure as well. Right? When will you start testing for the mono meta format? I assume you mean, Ishizu. I have that planned for next week. Next week is when we're gonna start looking at Ishizu. Specifically next week, because this weekend there's a YCS in America without the Ishizu cards, and I'm gonna stream it on the weekend. We're gonna watch it together, and I want to be prepared for that. I don't want to get ahead of myself and then like look at Ishizu cards for the entire week and then go back to an older format. Basically, I'm still excited for Darkwing Blast format. So that's why we're gonna spend this week on that, and then next week there's still enough time to look at the stuff. Wings Live, thank you for the 2 months. I appreciate it. I use what are they called? I keep forgetting. I think it's Dragon Shields, but they're called like clear matte outer sleeves or something. They're from Dragon Shield. I don't know. Not sponsored, by the way, but yeah. I mean, you asked. There are no EU events for Darkwing Blast format, correct. I mean, there's like regionals and stuff, but there are no YCS's major events, whatever. Nothing like that, no. Okay. Sadly, it's like a 2-week format. These, right? Let me 1 second. Yeah. Yeah, these. Those are the ones. Blue to you, thank you for the 5 months already. Thank you for the continued support. I appreciate it. But to be fair, I don't know what I would fill this with. Someone sent a Bisted branded import clipboard deck tier Bisted. Okay. We're still using the branded and high spirits package, which I guess makes sense within tiers, yeah. Retribution, Beast, Regained. I mean, it also looks reasonable. It's just like it's basically this deck. Right? Just you play like a little bit more bestial cards, and that's why you also play the spell and the trap. And you didn't play you do play Branded Fusion still. You do play Branded Fusion, but without ways to search it. Without ways to search it. It could be okay. 2 Rhinoheart. I think 2 Rhinoheart is because we play the Cartesia High Spirits combo, in which you normal summon Cartesia. Branded in High Spirits, it's really good against Bisted. Why is it that good against Bisted? Which simulator is this? It's called YGO Omega. Need a monster for... Oh, because you confuse before they have something. Before you have a monster. Yeah. Okay, I see. That's a good argument, yeah. That is a good argument. However, I mean, I would think that even if you get your first Kid Kalos, it's like the Bisted cards are still gonna have value later, right? There's no way they don't. Against Tearlament. It's like you never fuse only once. So it's like, it's good. It's good, but it's still, they're still gonna have value, right? It does guarantee the first one, which might be the most important one, though, right? The first tier name getting you to the Kid Kalos might be the most important name. They don't, because Rule Kalos can negate it before you can use it again. Is it? Do you go... But how? How do you get Rule Kalos? Oh, because you summon with Cartesia, right? Ah. You don't... you go normal summon Cartesia, and that makes... That, okay. Yeah. When your opponent activates a card effect that includes effect that special summons a monster, you can negate the activation, destroy it, and send a Tearlament card from hand to face up to the graveyard. Yeah. So the Branded and High Spirits line plays through one Bisted. Because you go Branded and High Spirits, summon the first Kid Kalos before they can Bestial. You grab a tier name with Kid Kalos, and with Branded and High Spirit you search Cartesia. And then you go normal summon Cartesia, activate effects, fuse away your Kid Kalos from the field and the Tearlament in your hand to make Rule Kalos, so you're safe from Nib and Bisteds. Or like one of those. And then you trigger your tier name in the graveyard and you trigger Kid Kalos to mill 5. Not bad. Not bad. Yeah. Pretty good line. Is 2 Rule Kalos necessary? You could run King of the Swamp to make Rule Kalos early. I guess you can do that, but even then, I mean, if you go King of the Swamp, you'd have to have, like, Branded in High Spirits or Foolish or something. But this looks strong, honestly. Looking at this list, I think the list is solid. I don't know about 2 Rule Kalos or, like, the extra deck in general. I also don't know about No Scream. I think Scream is a phenomenal card. Yo, Hariyame, thank you for 10 community gift subs. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for the support. Thank you, man. Enjoy your subs, guys. Why no Foolish? Foolish... Foolish is like a weird card in tier limits, in general. It's like... Lots of people haven't been on Foolish recently in tier, and I think it's correct. Simply because... Who sent you this list? It was someone from chat. I just copied it like a couple minutes ago. There was a code. Foolish is like weird in tier, because tier usually in normal hands doesn't have a problem of getting to all 3 of its once per turn fusion effects, right? And so like using Foolish as one of your ways to get started just means that you kind of only have 2 effects left after that. You can make Garura and Synchro into Baron too. Yeah, I think I like the Cartesia. I think I like the Cartesia the more I think about it. Because, I mean, the Branded in High Spirits is like something I would play anyways in tier limits. Like, there's no... I already told you to play this card before Rule Kalos existed, and now it's even better. Because it doesn't even take an extra deck slot anymore. It's just straight up good to play this card. So, like, this card should be here. And then having a searchable level 4 tuner that gives you another fusion summon effect is like probably just solid. Would you play both Albion and Cartesia or only one? I don't think there is a downside to playing Albion. Like, you should always play Albion, I'm pretty sure. Because if you draw Cartesia, it's very good to have a secondary target. But like, Albion is just like the perfect Garnet in a way. Because he isn't a Garnet. And he's like Upstart Goblin, and he shuffles himself back into the deck in case you need him as a target later. He's like he's a dream of a Garnet for like that's the best possible outcome for having to play like a quote unquote engine requirement or Garnet in your deck. Is like Albion is beautiful for these types of things, right? It's like literally the best Garnet ever printed. You can add it off, yeah, I mean, you can add it off Magnamut if you want to search an Upstart. If you have nothing else you want to search, that's reasonable. It also just makes a lot of sense with High Spirits, because High Spirits in itself has, like, recursion. Right? It just has recursion. It comes back to the hand, and so, like... There's definitely grind games where you need to activate it multiple times. So you want to make sure Albion is always in your deck. Keep Golden Sword Soul? I mean, Golden... We've seen this in a deck profile recently. What was this again? When a monster declares an attack, you can special summon this card from your hand. And if you do, negate the attack. Then if you control the fusion monster that mentions Albaz... If a monster is banished face up, you can banish this card from your field or grave. Special summon a light spell cancel from hand to your grave. I don't think this is necessary. I don't think this is necessary. Because the normal line can just normal summon Cartesia. I don't think it matters that you have this. If they use a Bisted effect, you revive Cartesia with it on their turn. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not a bad card. I don't know if I would focus so much on this package, though. It's like we already play like a Blazing Cartesia, an Albion, and probably also a Branded Retribution that we wouldn't be playing without Branded in High Spirits. And I think adding another one of an... I mean, it's not an engine it's not a requirement, that's why it's not mandatory, but like committing more to that particular engine is like a little weird, because like these cards aren't as good if you don't draw Branded in High Spirits, right? It's like Albion is okay, but drawing Cartesia is like... If you don't have High Spirits, it's like there's a lot of hands that need to normal summon Rhino Heart. And Retribution is obviously also not a good draw. So I don't think I want to add Golden Swords Holding to this deck as well. I think you just take this package here. Maybe you don't even run Retribution. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I don't know. But I think these five are solid. Simply because Albion, no drawback. If you draw this card, just upstart it. Branded in High Spirits is a good draw anyways. And like the one Cartesia is like, you can live with that if that's in your deck. Would you think about maybe playing Aluber and Fusion Deployment in this? I mean, I guess the argument against Aluber is that we cannot use our normal summon on it if we're planning on using Cartesia, and if that's our like best case combo, I wouldn't want to commit to Aluber. Fusion Deployment is nice though. You could just play Fusion Deployment, like, I mean, why are we not playing Fusion Deployment? Like, the more, like, because we're not planning on normal summoning Rhino Heart, apparently. So, like, doesn't Fusion Deployment, if we don't run anything non-fusion anyways, wouldn't we just want to do that? It's in the options list, yeah. That would feel good. I mean, this card seems good. And this card also, I mean, like, not playing Branded Scream is like, I can see that the space is very tight. The space is definitely very tight, but Tearlament Scream is a hell of a card, I think. But I guess you don't put that much emphasis on the Soliak in this version, because you can also put up Branded Beast as an interruption as well. But like, yeah, the deck is incredibly tight if you try to put Bisted, Branded, and the High Spirits stuff into a Tearlament deck. It's very hard in 40. I mean, we have like no... If we want to play all these engines, I feel like nothing is cuttable except for Super Poly and maybe Branded Retribution. Everything else has to be there. So if we want to combine all these engines, we have like 4 flex spots here. So like it's very tough to fit the other stuff. You're making Droll look godly? Droll is probably a solid card next format, depending on what people do. It's still, I don't know where people are gonna take not branded, Tearlament, sorry. Like for Sprite, because I've played so much Sprite, I can already tell you it's like Runic Sprite is absolutely be fine. And Pure Sprite is also going to be fine. And I can roughly grasp how these decks will be built. For Tears, I don't know. How would Droll be good against this? I guess Branded in High Spirits would happen in draw phase. In the main phase, you would be... What would you do in the main phase for this? You have Lubellion that searches. You have Perlorino that searches. You have Soliak that can search sometimes. You have Albion that wants to draw in the main phase. You sometimes have Regained that wants to draw in the main phase. You have Garura. It's like not awful. It doesn't hard counter this deck though. You're right. It doesn't hard counter this deck. But it's like, there's some stuff you prevent. Can Runic Sprite run Swap Frog and Toad? It can. It can. And it probably, maybe it wants to. Because it makes Sprint a little bit better. When will we get the remix back? Yeah, I'll enable it again for tomorrow. Don't worry. Drolling on Kid Kalos, also a good thing. I mean, Kid Kalos can also just send. That's why I wasn't mentioning Kid Kalos. So the idea here is we always Question mark. We always send. We always want to send Lubellion and Albas for Albion. If you don't draw it, yeah, okay. And if we draw it, do we send Saronir? Or a tier? I guess we can send a tier, yeah. We play... Yeah, okay, no, this actually makes sense then. Will you play tiers after Darkwing Blast? I don't know yet. I don't think, unfortunately, I don't have plans to attend any tournaments in the time frame after Darkwing Blast, before Ishizu. The only thing that I plan on doing is like streaming and watching the YCS that happens, which I'm still interested in, but I don't think I will actually play any tournaments. There's gonna be one on the BA. I can't play that one. I already know. They already asked me to join, but I can't play it. I can't play on that weekend. I don't have time. Dortmund? Dortmund is after Ishizu. What are you gonna play after Mem? I don't know. I don't know what I'm gonna play after Mavens yet. I haven't tested after. I have kind of been, believe it or not, I've kind of been focusing on Utrecht. Yo, my God, Pack, you didn't have to do this. Thank you so much. 20 gift subs by Pack. Enjoy them. Thank you, Pack. I'll see you later. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. Enjoy work. Thank you. Alright, chat. There's another... We have smashed another sub goal. Holy shit. And this remix is sponsored by Pack TCG. You are all Pepe D'ing on Pack's behalf right there. Let's go. I think I'm gonna get my own Pepe D emote. I think that's the most important. I think that's the most critical thing that's missing on my channel at this point, and I feel bad for it. I think I need my own Pepe D with like Ronin Todin or something. Maybe Swap Frog. I don't know. We need that. I think we need that. I think I'll get to that soon. The cool thing was also Ronin was there. Ronin was there with me when I won the YCS. It was here. I'll show you. I don't think you could see it on stream. But it was there. I always had this side up on the table. It was always with me. We don't forget. We don't forget. What is dead may never die. What are you gonna play after Photon Hibernova? Okay, now you have to be kidding me, right? It's like, Josh, what are you gonna play in 2 years? Josh, what do you play after? What will you play after OTS 26? Yeah, I know, I know, Chicks, bro, I know. Yo, Josh, what do you think is gonna be good after the ban list from November 2024? Can you please tell me what you play after, you know? What are you gonna play after Master Rule 7? My God. It's like, I mean, I'm not superhuman, dude. I'm good at this game, but I've been testing for YCS Utrecht all the time. I haven't been looking into this format yet. Could Tri-Sprite be really good now with Sprint? I mean, it doesn't hurt the deck that Sprint exists. It helps it a decent amount, but I don't think, like, Tri-Brigade Sprite, I told you this I've been preaching this 2 weeks ago. I told you Tri-Brigade Sprite is not very good, right? And it's like, it did nothing at Utrecht. I haven't seen a single Tri-Brigade card on the entire weekend. Like, nowhere. No one has resolved any Tri-Brigade cards in my eyesight. It's not happened. There was not a single Tri-Brigade card that I saw in the entire weekend. It didn't exist. It didn't exist. It won Quito? Yeah, but like, Quito was a 7-round tournament. Quito was 7 rounds top 16. And he was only 1/3 of the team that played that deck. Like, 3v3 YCSs are cool, but it's like a 7-round YCS is not the same. 7 rounds top 16 is not the same as like 12 rounds top 64. There's a good reason why you don't see many, Didn't someone top Utrecht? It's possible that like one topped, but that doesn't mean it was a good deck. It was not a good deck at YCS Utrecht, and I don't think it's gonna, like, Sprite Sprint helps it. Sprite Sprint probably helps it, but like, I don't think that's what makes it better than the rest. That's kind of my take on Darkwing Blast in general, is like, Darkwing Blast doesn't have anything in it that is like its own deck, right? Nothing in Darkwing Blast is its own deck that's gonna like shift the meta completely. Darkwing Blast is just a DLC. It's just Power of the Elements DLC format. Like, literally, that's what it is. And every deck kind of benefits the same from these DLCs. Like, every deck gets better. PK Sparks, thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. What's a DLC? DLC is a term from video games. Downloadable content, I think is what it's called. It's just like when you, like, I don't know, you play a game and then they release like another chapter to it or whatever, a new whatever, and you just like pay a little bit extra to get it. It was just a joke saying that like Darkwing Blast is only like a small add-on to the current decks. Right? Any Darkwing Blast openings this week? I did not buy a case. But I could maybe ask E-Man if I can have one to open on stream. If you guys were interested in seeing that, I could probably do that. If you guys think that would be hype, I could probably get a case to open. I'd have to ask. It wouldn't be as hype because it wouldn't be my cards, but if you would like to see an opening stream, we could maybe get that going. I don't think that's a problem. I think I can probably get that. Why not? I mean, yeah, well, maybe. Free Gamba content. Yeah, you guys like that, huh? What's the next secret rare kind of stuff? Do you think Spellbound could be good as an option? I'm not a huge fan of Spellbound. It's not a bad card. I have a video on this coming out tomorrow. It was supposed to come out on the weekend or on Monday, but it was postponed because there was something that, you know, a little something happened on the weekend that required my editor to edit a different video, luckily. So it's going to be tomorrow. I have a video prepared on what I think are the best cards in Darkwing Blast and what has the most impact on the meta and whatnot. That's coming out tomorrow, and there I talk a little bit more in detail about Spellbound in that video. So if you haven't subscribed to the YouTube channel yet, you can go !YouTube or !YT here in the Twitch chat, and you can get the link to the YouTube where it's going to be uploaded tomorrow. Where there's also my my deck profile from YCS Utrecht if you haven't seen it yet. Do you plan on looking into goatees this format? I mean, I'm very disappointed by the goatee support. And it feels a little pointless to me, looking at like what all the other decks do right now. And then sitting down and being like, yeah, I'm gonna try goatee. I don't know. Like, I'm just like very yeah, big fan of the -1 deck. Yeah, shoutouts to Cam Neal, by the way, who was like telling us last week that every single runic card is a -1 and that we should play Flunder. Shoutouts to Cam. I wish I listened to you, man. I think I would have done better. Very sad how so many promising TCG archetypes receive lackluster support. I think some cards that goatee received aren't even bad, right? Some of them are very solid. The problem is just it's not enough, right? And I think the problem is that they committed to, or whatever the reason is, maybe they want to do that, maybe Japan says that they have to do that, I have no idea, but like for some reason, us in the TCG, we only get 2 waves of support for our TCG World Premiere archetypes, right? We only get 2 waves of Libromancers, we only get 2 waves of goatees, we only get 2 waves of whatever, right? And it's just never enough, because like Libromancer was so close to being a very solid deck. One more wave with one more solid ritual monster, one more solid main deck monster, and we could have been playing Libromancer like as a real meta deck, right? It could have been relevant. Like it was so close. It wasn't even bad. Like I played it for German nationals. It wasn't even bad. I don't think it was the best deck that I played. I didn't have that much time to prepare, but it was okay. Like it was so close. And I think goatee is like not that close. Goatee is a little more disappointing than Libromancer to me personally, but I still think that with one more solid wave of goatee support, you could play that stuff. Because the concept behind it is actually kind of neat, right? Being like, yeah, I'll banish my stuff and then synchro on your turn. I synchro like a thing that banishes everything. Like, there is some stuff you can do with that, but we just don't have enough. Like, there's no coherent. It doesn't feel like a coherent deck yet, right? We just don't have enough good cards. Like, how am I going to fill a deck with a coherent strategy with only, like, we have 14 goatee cards and half of them are terrible? It's like, I'm not going to fill a deck with that. What do you think about Edison, Tengu Plant, and other older formats? Could Tsunami support such old formats? I love Edison. I love old formats in general. Everything. I'm a big fan for anything that makes me nostalgic about Yu-Gi-Oh! Simply because I've been playing this game for 20 years now, pretty much, and I'm just a fan of nostalgia. I like that feeling. I don't know, and I like a lot of these old formats feel very nostalgic to me, and that's why I play a lot of it. Like, I mean, in Utrecht, I probably played more games of Edison than I played of current Yu-Gi-Oh! Even though I freaking won the tournament. I played, like, on Friday, I played only Edison with friends, with viewers that came up to me, because like I said on stream, I was like, if you have an Edison deck and you see me at Utrecht, we can play. And so like I played with a couple of viewers, I played with some of my friends. Like the majority of the Friday I spent playing Edison, and then even on Sunday after the YCS finished, we were like sitting in the hotel lobby and playing more Edison. Like after 12 rounds top 64 YCS Utrecht, I have like nothing better to do than sit in the hotel lobby and play Edison. That's how it'd be. And yeah, no, I really like old formats. The reason why I like Edison the most currently, well, I don't like Edison the most, but it's just the most convenient one. It's the most convenient one because like so many people have a deck for it, right? Everyone has a deck for it. I probably wouldn't find many people if I turned up to the YCS with like a 60 card Paleo Frog deck and be like, yeah, let's play 2017 format. No one would have that. Even though that is also one of my favorite formats. Or like Necros or Dragon Ruler, which is like, those decks are also up there in terms of my favorite decks of all time. But people don't have that, right? I can arrange that. Okay. Some people would, but not as many, right? Not as many. Not as many have those types of decks. Just with them at tournaments. And you have to go by, like as Konami, you also have to go by what the people like. And I do actually think in terms of, okay, I'll say, how do I say this? I think that, for example, the Necros format was better than Edison format back in the day. I also think that Dragon Ruler formats were better than Edison back in the day. Still, I think Edison is a more fun retro format to play than both of those. Because in Dragon Ruler format, you can play Dragon Rulers, and that's it. Maybe Spellbooks if you want to play the miserable version of Dragon Ruler format. Or like the less cool one. And then for Necros, you can only play Necros Mirrors. And like Necros Mirrors without Jin are fun, but like you can only play so many until you get bored, right? And from Edison, I've never really experienced like boredom from Edison, simply because like in Edison there's like 15 different decks that you can play. And of course there are like decks that are better than others, but everything has like a realistic chance of winning. And so if you get bored of one deck in Edison, you simply switch it up. Like you play, if you don't want to play like Vayu Turbo 10 games in a row, you just like switch it up. You play Zombies, you play Glad Beasts, you play Quick Draw, you play Monarchs, you play Hero Beat, you play Diva Heroes, whatever. Like there's so many decks. There's so many decks, and almost everything is like semi-viable, and I think that's just beautiful. Also, it's just like super cheap for the most part. It's very, very cheap to play Edison, which I enjoy a lot. And it's also just very simple to get into, I feel like. Gadgets, Waver can play dragons with Rivalry and never get heavy stormed because it's always the bottom card of the deck. Yeah, stuff like that, right? It's not too complicated to get into, but it does have a lot of depth in terms of the decision making. Like, it's still a very good format. It's still a very good format. Say cheap to the Vayu price? Yeah, but you're not forced to play Vayu. That's the thing, right? You're not forced to play Vayu Turbo. You can just play anything else. If you really want to play Vayu Turbo, then yeah, that's expensive. But like, you can play any other deck in the game, and I don't think there's a deck in Edison, except for the ones that need Vayu, that's like more than $50. I don't think so. What is the worst format you played in? I think Full Power Spiral was not very good. I think Full Power Goki was not very good. I think... But honestly, I think this year Nationals before Power of the Elements is also up there. This year was also up there. The one before Power of the Elements was awful. It was one of the worst from a competitive standpoint. From a competitive standpoint, the format before Power of the Elements was absolute trash. There were so many different decks that it was impossible to prepare for, and the decks were so ignorant. Scythelock, Flunder, Drytron, it was so annoying. It was so annoying. Anti-Spell, like, the only fair deck was like Sword Soul, and Sword Soul was like only played with like 1,000,000 floodgates. It was so annoying. That was the worst. It was the worst time deciding on a deck that like... It was the worst time deciding on a deck for Nationals, and... Yeah, I mean, I hated that format. I hated that format with a passion. And I actually think Power of the Elements format now is up there in like... When I'm gonna look back at these tournaments, right? The preparation that I did for Euros and for Utrecht now, is I prepared really well, and it paid off so much because I think the format is very, very good right now. Even though I do acknowledge that it is not super diverse. Even though, I mean, we have like Sprite and Tier and then some other decks. I would argue this format is actually not that. It's actually not like super strictly limited to only 2 decks or whatever. But in terms of gameplay, I think this format right now is up there. Is going to be considered one of the best formats of all time, at least by competitive players. At least by me. I think it is up. I think it's going to be up there in best formats of all time. I think it's going to be it's a very good format right now. And I think realizing how much you can do with preparation in this event, in this current metagame is insane. If you can afford a top deck, I mean, okay, price point might be an issue for people. Price point might be an issue for people. I can respect that, but I don't think that's an argument for it being a bad format, right? That is a different issue. Two Lula Kalos needed in this version? I don't think so, but this is not a version that I built. This was just sent to me. I don't think you need two Rule Kalos, but yeah, different topic. Where would you see Orcust when Harp would be unbanned? I don't think it'd be playable still in this current environment. I don't think it'd be good enough. Like, maybe people would try it and it wouldn't suck, but I don't think it would ever be like the best deck. I hate Super Poly and Shifter too much to love this format. I mean, okay, I got Super Poly'd maybe 3 times this weekend. I got Shifted 0 times this meta. Unfortunately, bro, after I added the Chaos Hunter, I was like, please shifter me, Flunder. But like, it didn't happen because I didn't play against Flunder, luckily. But yeah, I mean, this format has issues. Like Flunder. Flunder is a huge issue. Flunder is a freaking threat to the game of Yu-Gi-Oh, dude. It's a crime against humanity. This deck should have never been printed. Flunder should not exist. Please delete Flunder from the game. Like, absolutely. But I think it's like, I think it's unreasonable at the same time to expect like a format to be perfect without exceptions, right? Like, Dragon Ruler format wasn't perfect. There was like freaking Jaugen in spellbooks, for example, right? There was Emptiness. There was whatever, right? Those things existed. Necros had Jin. Even Edison has like Vanity's Fiend, Royal Oppression that sometimes win you games without being able to answer it. Like, Ravine Ruler had Sixth Sense and Return that people really complained about back then. But like, for the most part, I don't try to judge like a format only by its bad or good things. I just simply look at the format and I'm like, can I, as a better player, as a better deck builder, can I innovate in this format and can I be rewarded for it? And I think the answer for this format, if you look at the deck that I brought to this YCS and if you look at the deck that I brought to Euros, I don't think you can argue that you can really innovate in this metagame and be rewarded for it like heavily. What about the new Dark World support? I think it's very powerful. How do you innovate a deck like Despia though? I mean, you don't have to play Despia. You have to look for decks that can be innovated upon. Like, yeah, okay, if you play a deck that builds itself and plays like 40 staple cards in every single version, then yeah, maybe you can't innovate. But then maybe you don't play that one. But I want to play Despia. Well, then you maybe can't innovate. I don't know. It depends. You don't always have to innovate. Right? Sometimes it's okay to play just the best deck and play it better than everyone else, and that can be okay. That can be your best option. But sometimes, if like everyone is playing Tier Limit and Sprites, you might need to find a way to innovate in order to beat that. Otherwise, you're going to be playing too many like 50-50 matchups. You think Sprite Runic is the best deck, or is the best deck under YCS? I don't actually think that the time rules benefit Runic Sprite that much. Like, when you get to go first in game 3, they benefit you a lot. But the problem is, if you lose game 1, like, the way Runic works under the current time rules is like, if you win game 1 with Runics, you probably win in time. But if you lose game 1 with Runic, you probably lose in time. So it kind of evens out. As long as your deck is good in game 1, then it's fine for you. But if you ever lose a game 1, it's very hard for you. Right? Like, how do you win game 2 so fast that you still have a real game in game 3 in time? No, you probably don't. You probably don't. Do you think Sprite Runic will be played at YCS Minneapolis? If so, what's a good counter? I'm thinking Chaos Hunter. I'll tell you something. Chaos Hunter sucks against Runics. Chaos Hunter is one of the worst cards against Runic Sprite. It doesn't do anything. Do not play Chaos Hunter against Runic Sprite. Chaos Hunter in my side deck, I just wanna re-emphasize that Chaos Hunter in my side deck was never meant for Runics. That card was strictly there against against Dimension Shifter as a one-off target for Mannequin Cat. It sucks against Runics because they go Hugin. Doesn't it shut off Runic activations because they can't fulfill the effect? It does do that, yes. But if they summon Hugin and you summon Chaos Hunter, what do you think is gonna happen next? What do you think happens next if they summon Hugin, you summon Chaos Hunter? They're just gonna summon blue, summon jet, summon red, summon gigantic, make summon kitten, bounce your Chaos Hunter, and you lost. Like, it doesn't stop anything from sprites on their first turn. It doesn't do anything. Summon Chaos Hunter again, even if you wanted to do that, I'll tell you a few things. First of all, you're locked by gigantic. Second of all, you have to discard 2 cards. And then, even if you could do that, they can just elf back the kitten and bounce it again. It's completely pointless. The card does nothing against Runic Sprite. The card is awful. Chaos Hunter doesn't do anything against Runic Sprite. It's one of the worst cards. Good cards against Runic Sprites include Lava Golem, Sphere Mode, Evenly Matched can be okay, Lightning Storm is good, Feather Duster is good, Cosmic Cyclone is strong, Dark Ruler No More is okay, but it doesn't deal with the Runic portion, it only deals with the Sprite portion for 1 turn, and you can kill them, which is a downside. And honestly, one of my losses in Swiss was to Branded Despia. It was a 60 card list, piloted by Temis from E-Man as well. Why did you set so many Runic cards during your games? I assume you mean in top 4 when I went first. The reason I did that was because I had starter for Evenly. Like, I had starter to get Carrot against Evenly. So I was like, I can just set them, and I set the Runics because of Cosmic. If they Cosmic my field spell, I cannot use the Runics from hand anymore. So that's why I set them. Also, Eradicator is a good counter. But yeah, what I was talking about was, I lost to Branded Despia. I thought it was kind of a hard matchup. But to be fair, I think I only lost because he opened Super Poly in all the games that he won. He opened Super Poly in all the games that he won, and I think the last game was definitely not winnable without Super Poly, but it happens. Which program are you using here for decklist? It's YGO Omega. But yeah, my take on Runic Sprite is that it's still going to be very strong. This list is not super tested, by the way, but I think this is something that we could see. Something along those lines we could see this weekend at Minneapolis. I haven't tested it yet, but I think it's solid. I think this card is... I think the more I think about this card, the better it gets in Runic Sprite. I think this card is amazing in Runic Sprite. For the recurrence, being able to being able to set this up on turn 1, and then instead of reviving, like my deck would basically always go Elf, Revive, Hyperia to draw a card. Being able to go Elf, Revive, Soul Scissor to pop a card on the opponent's turn, I think is crazy. I think that's crazy technology right there. Being able to turn your Elf into a destruction is crazy in Runic Sprites. And then it also just like is good. Loses to Bestials. Ah, yes. Yeah. Because Bestials say banish a dark from your opponent's graveyard, and if you do, win the game. True. Yeah, right. If this gets banished by a Bestial, we definitely lost the game, guys. Unfortunate turn of events. God damn. Okay, well then not. Removing all darks from my decks. Removing all darks from my decks as we speak. Like, I mean, the thing is, Elf targets a dark in this deck like almost every turn, right? Why have you said that Gary is uncuttable? Because there is a very, very strong line with Gary. I would show it to you on Duel Link book right now, but on Omega I can't really. There's like a line where you go. There's a line where you go summon Hugin, summon Blue, do your sprite stuff, summon Gigantic. It's basically the line is if you, I think it's the line if you draw Fountain and a couple Runics, right? If you hard open Fountain, you go activate Fountain, activate Runic spell to summon Hugin and search the second Fountain. And then you go activate Fountain over Fountain after you draw with the first Fountain, right? So you have the second Fountain on the field and the first Fountain in the graveyard. And then before you lock yourself you go Gigantic, activate Gigantic effect, and then you chain to Gigantic a Runic spell to summon. And then you summon Gary. You summon Gary, you resolve Gigantic to summon from the deck like Hyperia, and then you go Chainlink 1 Hyperia, Chainlink 2 Fountain to shuffle from the graveyard to the deck and draw again, and you go Chainlink 3 Gary to add back the Fountain in your graveyard. So you resolve Fountain twice on the first turn, and you still have the backup Fountain in hand. It's an insane opener. It's like if you hard draw Fountain, you very often go for the Gary on turn 1. It's like very nice. That's why I think Gary is necessary. Also, Gary going second is a really, really good tool because you can just go battle phase before doing anything. Before doing anything, you can go to the battle phase, activate a Runic... Like, let's say you have a bad Runic spell, like Runic Golden Droplets, right? Which the first effect is awful. It doesn't bait out anything, right? So what you can do with these cards is you can just go to your battle phase, activate them, summon Gary, and crash. And that way, you can turn any terrible Runic card that you wouldn't be able to use otherwise, that you couldn't put to good use, right? You can turn them into removal. Which might be even more relevant in the next meta when it's like about Fenrir or whatever, right? When you want to play around Fenrir, like go battle phase, summon Gary, crash, pop your Fenrir, something like this, right? It's like Gary is very essential, I think. Gary is very essential. What is the worst investment in the current format? And what is a durable deck to invest in? I mean, it depends how long you want to be able to play your deck. I know it's expensive, but I feel like the one that is the most guaranteed to see play for a long time is Tearlament. It's like it's an obvious one, but like Tearlament only get better from here on out. They get better after Darkwing Blast. They get better after Magnificent Mavens. We just got a ban list, so I would assume it's still going to be like at least like 1.5-2 months, maybe more, until we get the next ban list. Probably more. And so, and even on that next ban list, we have no idea whether they're going to kill Tearlaments, because in the OCG, they are still alive. I think Tearlaments is a relatively safe... I mean, that's why they're expensive, right? Because everyone wants them, because no one is really afraid of Tearlaments being destroyed soon. Like, Tearlaments is going to be part of the meta for a while. I'll probably try my best to also keep sprites alive, but I don't know. Have you considered playing a freaky? You can play a freaky, whatever it's called. I'm gonna call him Freaky. I think that's the most funny name. I think he's good. I think he's good, but I don't even think he's better than Munin. I think Munin is like... I think this card is strong. Because of Cosmic Cyclone. Being able to negate Cosmic Cyclone on Fountain is quite nice. And Runix, please. I mean, Runix, honestly, if there's no hit to Runix on the ban list, I think the Runic engine is gonna stay very strong for a very long time. I personally have no idea how these cards have not been played in the OCG. I don't know when exactly they got these. But I mean, I've been preaching this on stream. The Runic stuff is very, very good. Is it TCG only? I don't think it's TCG only. I think they have it. Maxi? I mean, Maxi isn't even that good against Runix, but... No, but like, I love Runix. I think the engine is very, very strong, very powerful. And I think it's gonna stay good for a long, long time. Maybe Ishizu tier is gonna overshadow it, and it's only gonna come back after Ishizu tier gets hit on a ban list. I don't know yet, but the engine is very, very powerful, right? I mean, that's what I said when these came out and we read them for the first time. I was like, I think this is only a matter of time until these will be part of a very, very strong deck. And like, yeah, here we are. It's like those are very, very strong cards, and they are going to stay very, very strong. I just noticed the sub counter. How did we get another 100 since yesterday? That's insane. Yeah, I don't. That's what I've been saying. It is crazy, all the support. I mean, I appreciate all of it. Dueling Butts, thank you for the Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. It's fine, he has 3. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the Runic cards have insane potential. We'll see about it. Anyways, we're already past my time where I usually finish streaming. I enjoyed the stream a lot. Hope you guys did too. Sorry for the scuffed setup because, like, Dueling Book was down. I didn't really have a backup plan for that. I thought we were just going to test some stuff on DB today. I hope it was still insightful, even though we were only, like, theorying decks and not actually playing. Because I couldn't bother with Omega. I'm just too much of a boomer for it, apparently. But, yeah, I hope you enjoyed the stream. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you again for all the follows and all the subs, and I hope to see you guys tomorrow or on the weekend. Tomorrow or on the weekend, whenever you can make it. On the weekend we will be watching the YCS together. Tomorrow we'll just hope that DB is back and do some like gameplay and whatnot. Until then, I'll send you guys over to Nadir as usual, and hopefully see you guys tomorrow. Have a great rest of your day. And thanks for tuning in. Also, as always, some Rip Ronins in Farfa's chat once